Chapter 1070. Minister Ding didn't call the leaders of ancestral dragon high martial arts. He knew that it would be useless and would leak the information. There were some things that could only be done and not said. If he made this call and alerted the enemy, it was very likely to cause Qin Fangyang's death. Even if Qin Fangyang was still alive, he would die after he made this call. Humans' criminal mentality was always like this. The first thing to do was to destroy the evidence and exonerate oneself. It had nothing to do with him. If you say it had something to do with him, show me the evidence? Even if you knew that this matter was too big and the consequences were beyond your ability to bear, you would still hope for a fluke. This was also the fundamental reason why people would only regret at the last moment, but it was too late for regrets. Minister Ding had to eliminate the possibility of such a situation happening. This matter had exceeded the scope of common sense and law. At this time, he couldn't act rashly. He called his daughter, Ding Shun. "Xiulan, is it convenient for you to talk now?" "Well, are you alone? Is there anyone beside you?" Ding Xiulan immediately sensed that something was wrong. "Dad, what's the matter?" "Cough, come to me immediately. There's something at home." Minister Ding thought for a long time and decided to call his daughter over. If his daughter was careless and someone heard a word or two, the matter would inevitably be stirred up again. Immediately. While waiting for his daughter, Minister Ding went to take a shower. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and his clothes were already soaked. He had to take a shower and change his clothes. Just as the king of Zwolu said, where one's position was, that's where one's vision was, and that's where one's psychological quality was. But this matter was too serious. Suddenly faced with extreme pressure from the top, the high-ranking elder of Minister Ding couldn't help but feel agitated. Thinking about the possibility of disaster, he didn't pee on the spot and only broke out in a few sweats. His psychological quality was quite strong. About 20 minutes later, Ding Xiulan arrived at Minister Ding's office. "Dad, what's the matter?" "It's big." Minister Ding said, "Let me ask you, do you know Qin Fangyang?" "How's your relationship?" "Not much." "Oh, is there a grudge?" "Not really. My understanding of him is that Teacher Qin is a good teacher with excellent teaching standards. However, he has only been teaching in Ancestral Dragon High School for a short period of time, so it's hard to say that I have a thorough understanding of him. The place where he taught before was a small border city with few outstanding talents, so it's hard to judge." Ding Xiulan answered seriously. She knew her father's temper. Once he asked a person in such a serious manner, it was definitely not a small matter. "Have you seen Qin Fangyang after the Spring Festival?" "I haven't seen him since the Spring Festival." Ding Xiulan said, "Qin Fangyang and I aren't in the same grade. We're separated by a few departments. Moreover, we're not in the same system. With his current qualifications in Ancestral Dragon High School, he doesn't have any status. Naturally, he rarely comes into contact with me." Minister Ding looked into his daughter's eyes and said word by word, "You've really never seen him before?" Ding Xiulan shook her head. "At least, I haven't seen him since the Spring Festival." Minister Ding stared at his daughter for a long time. After confirming that his daughter was not lying, he finally felt relieved. He waved his hand and smiled. "If that's the case, then it's fine. Let's not talk about Qin Fangyang." He pondered for a moment and said, "Do you know about the dragons fighting for the heritage?" Ding Xiulan said, "This matter is naturally classified as top secret to the outside world. However, it's not a secret to high-level teachers like us. Of course, we know about it." Who's usually in charge of the dragons fighting for the heritage? Or rather, which leaders in the school are in charge of this? Although this matter isn't classified, it's still related to an opportunity. Therefore, a principal, a secretary, 8 vice principals, and more than a dozen directors are involved. Ding Xiulan said, "This has long become a routine. The dragons fighting for the heritage is one of the few opportunities that can be encountered. Everyone is coveting it. Even the major families have people in martial arts high school. However, there are only a few spots for the dragons fighting for the heritage. Every selection is extremely cautious. Firstly, quality must be ensured. Secondly, there must be as few sinners as possible. To the greatest extent, the situation of getting the brother's favor and losing the sister-in-law's favor will not happen. Minister Ding was gratified. Looks like the leadership of Ancestral Dragon High School is very thoughtful. Sigh, it should be said that they have to be thoughtful. There have been too many painful lessons in the past. Seeing that the dragons fighting for the heritage is about to start again, many families have already started to operate. Ding Xiulan smiled easily. However, that has nothing to do with me. I'm not in charge of school affairs. I'm only in charge of teaching students. Focus on your job. Not bad, not bad. Minister Ding smiled. Who are the principals, secretaries, and vice principals in charge of these? Tell me about them in detail. Ding Xiulan began to introduce them one by one. What families do these people have behind them? Are there any outstanding disciples in Ancestral Dragon High School among their families? Not bad. Looks like these principals are really not bad. Oh right, which families have been active recently? Who did they go? Who did they look for? What's the connection? Do you know? Okay. That's it? Is there anything else? Understood. Then, which campus and class is Qin Fangyang in charge of? Which class is he teaching? How many students are there in the class? Oh, Ancestral Dragon First Year Sword Academy? Which class is it? No need to call, no need to ask. It's fine. Who is the leader in charge of Ancestral Dragon First Year? Who is in charge of the Sword Academy? Which family is he from? Does Qin Fangyang have any friends in school that he can talk to? Who is he closer to? At first, Minister Ding was still fine. His speech and actions were elegant. However, as the topic deepened, he simply transformed into 100,000 whys. One question after another revolved around Qin Fangyang, and he began to ask his daughter. There were many questions that Ding Xiulan herself couldn't answer, but he didn't let her call others to ask. Ding Xiulan quickly realized that in the hour of conversation between father and daughter, all the topics revolved around Qin Fangyang. However, her father expressed more than once that he had nothing to do with Qin Fangyang, and the topic had nothing to do with Qin Fangyang. Do you think I'm stupid? You call this nothing to do with him? If I wasn't already married, I would have suspected that you were looking for a son-in-law. Even when you interrogated my husband, you didn't ask so much, right? After this conversation, Ding Xiulan left in a daze. Only a few words echoed in her ears. Remember, the content of our conversation today cannot be known by anyone. Not even your husband can do it. I'm looking for you because of our family's matters. Our family's matters don't need to be known by outsiders. Other than us father and daughter, everyone else is an outsider. From now on, try your best not to stay in Ancestral Dragon High School. Even if you have to go, leave immediately after you're done and go home. Or, just do something else and take on a few more missions. After you go back, if someone is curious about why I'm looking for you, you have to send me the person's name, identity, and background immediately after you've dealt with them. Lastly, you must remember this. Out of my mouth into your ears. Remember, other than us father and daughter, everyone else is an outsider. As Ding Xiulan thought about it, she felt a chill run down her spine. Her father had never used such a serious tone and expression when talking to her. It seems that the matter isn't small, but it's so big that it's beyond what father can handle. When Ding Xiulan walked out of the martial arts department, she stopped at the guardhouse for a while to calm her emotions. Then, she chatted with the guard at the door for a while before leaving. When she left, her steps were light and her expression was normal. She could clearly feel that when she was in the guardhouse, her father was no longer in the office. She didn't know where he went. She looked up. Dark clouds were rolling in the sky. The spring festival had just ended. The weather was still cold and chilly, but the dark clouds in the sky had clearly gone from the rolling summer. The sky and earth changed color. Rumbled at the muffled thunder shook the mountains and rivers, causing them to tremble. Lightning streaked across the sky from east to west, splitting the sky and the earth into two. Ding Xiulan stared blankly at the sky for a long time and muttered, "It's not even the second day of the second lunar month. Why is there thunder already? Minister Ding gathered 36 people at lightning speed and went to the royal family's meeting room. The meeting included the principal and vice principal of Ancestral Dragon High School, as well as the family heads who explained their family backgrounds. They were all gathered in one place. I've called all of you here today for a matter. Minister Ding had no intention of sitting down. He stood in front of the table with a cold expression. Please speak, Minister. I don't want to waste time. I'll get straight to the point. Minister Ding said calmly, there's a person called Qin Fangyang. The principal of Ancestral Dragon High School frowned and said, Minister, what's the relationship with this Qin Fangyang? Since he went missing, many people have come to ask about him. You don't need to know about his identity and background. Minister Ding said, I only need to confirm one thing with you, or rather, inform you of one thing. If Qin Fangyang is already dead, in other words, he can't appear in front of me alive before the dawn of tomorrow, then I can very responsibly inform you that all 36 people here, including your families, will not be able to survive. Not even a chicken or dog will be left alive. Not even an inch of grass will be left behind. You don't need to speak now, and you don't need to react. Just listen to me. The person who did this must be one or a few of you. If you don't want to die, find the person who did this as soon as possible. Also, you must find Qin Fangyang as well. If Qin Fangyang is already dead, then I hope that you can revive him before 6 o'clock tomorrow morning intact and send him to me. Chapter 1071. If you can't do it, or if you can't do it already, I advise you to take poison or commit suicide before 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. It's not a bad way to deal with it. At least you can die more comfortably and retain your last bit of dignity. Minister Ding said indifferently, please note that I'm not the one informing you. It's the king of Zhuolu's order. I'm just a messenger. I don't know anything else. The 36 people turned pale with fright. At the same time, they stood up. Minister Ding, where did this come from? Minister Ding said indifferently, I've said that I don't know anything. The only thing I can tell you is that the good days of controlling the dragons snatching the heritage are over. Everyone, please cherish these last 10 hours. Perhaps some of you will still be alive after 10 hours, but I can tell you very responsibly that some people have yet to vent their anger. It's not because you don't deserve to die. After Minister Ding finished speaking, he walked out of the room. Minister, an old man with a fierce look said anxiously, we don't even know what happened. Where do you want us to start? Minister Ding stood at the door and said indifferently, Master Lu, or rather Minister Lu, it's useless for you to tell me anything now. I don't know anything and I don't want to know. Sigh, it's pardonable if others say they don't know, but if even you don't know, what's the point of Shangjing Darknet's existence? I've already overstepped my boundaries. That's all I have to say. Everyone take care of yourselves. Whether you can find the person or not, you don't have to tell me anymore. I'm not directly in charge. If you find the person, you don't have to explain it to me. You just have to send the person to me. Everything else has nothing to do with me. I don't want to know anything. I'm just a messenger. The principal of Ancestral Dragon High School said angrily, Minister Ding, your sudden words have left us in a mess. Can you explain it more clearly? We'll be grateful for your kindness. Minister Ding was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. He turned to look at the sky. This was because, on the other side of the horizon, two rays of light, one white and one blue, suddenly shot up into the sky. In an instant, the dark clouds in the sky were all dispersed, and the clear air of the clouds reappeared, filling the world. An aura of excitement and longing soared into the sky and swept across the land of the astral souls. In the entire Star Soul continent, countless people felt their spirits lifted at this moment. It was an indescribable feeling of comfort and refreshment. Countless martial artists suddenly felt their minds clear up at this moment. Their cultivation base also increased accordingly. The once rugged path of cultivation suddenly became a smooth path. A cool breeze suddenly blew. In the blink of an eye, it had already blown a great distance away. Everyone in the meeting room stared with their mouths agape. Other than the evergreen plants outside the window, the originally withered grassland suddenly melted, and the ice layer melted. Wisps of green grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, there were already extremely delicate flowers swaying in the wind. At the same time, all the plants turned green, sprouted, and branched. This is a miracle. Everyone even forgot about Minister Ding's warning just now. They forgot about their fear, and only shock was left. Minister Ding stood at the door in a daze, looking at everything outside. Spring returned to the earth, and all things grew. For some reason, his heart was cold. Only he knew the reason for this. Shock? Perhaps, if you can't hand over the person after a day, you'll be even more shocked. Among so many people, there were definitely innocent people in Qin Fangyang's matter. However, for so many years, the ones who controlled the dragons to snatch the heritage were these people. There were very few who didn't benefit from it. Everyone. Farewell. Minister Ding strode away. In the astral souls continent, strange phenomena occurred frequently. After all, two super mighty figures had come out of seclusion. The Heavenly Tao was shocked. The Tao League and the Umno Alliance, which were adjacent to the astral souls continent, also changed. In the Tao League, the number one person in the Tao League, Taoist Lei, stood with his hands behind his back and looked into the distance. The wind and clouds changed drastically, and a trace of gloominess appeared in his eyes. It was a complicated emotion of watching a junior rise and watching himself fall. He watched as the person who he did not even look at previously rose to a height that he had dreamed of but had worked hard for his entire life. The Sky Patrol Minister couple has returned from the mortal world. Today, they have officially come out of seclusion. Seeing the sudden change in the situation, Taoist Lei, who was desolate, told everyone the truth. Actually, there was no need for him to say it. The other Taoists were also peak experts in the world. How could they not understand this reality? They were all silent for a long time. Everyone felt an inexplicable pressure pressing down on them, pressing down on their hearts. The left minister has a bad temper and has always been vengeful. This time, he has come out of seclusion. The husband and wife have worked together to rule the world. Taoist Lei said calmly, "The Tao League didn't do anything during this period of time, right?" He said it very vaguely. But everyone understood the true meaning of this sentence. You didn't do anything to make this lunatic angry, right? They were both lunatics, but Zhuo Zhangchang was not the flood. The flood which had come out of seclusion and made a shocking breakthrough, but there was no need to worry. Because the flood witch's state of mind had been tempered thousands of times, honed over countless years, and accumulated countless experiences to achieve the invincible state she was now. On the other hand, this minister was quite different. Nominally, his battle prowess was almost equal to that of the great flood shaman. However, he had just come out of his closed-door training and lacked the necessary tempering. It was like a peerless divine weapon that had just come out of the furnace. It needed the baptism of battle and the sacrifice of blood to be able to live up to its name. In other words, he needed a sharpening stone. Taoist Lei naturally did not want the Tao League to become the Sky Patrol Minister's whetstone at this time. Then, the consequences would only be too miserable. No, we didn't provoke this lunatic. The Taoists were all speechless. Back then, Zhuo Zhangchang had made a name for himself at a young age. When he reached the Tao integration realm, he was unruly and unruly. However, as long as he saw them, he would be very honest and obedient. In order to gain something from the Tao League and obtain some martial techniques. He had even thought of many ways to flatter them. However, ever since this guy broke through the Tao integration realm and reached the primordial chaos, he was on the verge of reaching the peak of this world. His attitude was no longer as respectful as before. On the surface, he was still acceptable and gave them some face. However, when he broke through the primordial chaos and reached the Luo heaven realm, it could be said that he turned hostile and began to provoke them constantly. From then on, he even began to have a desire to fight the Flood Witch. When he reached the later stages of the Luo Heaven realm, this desire to fight was completely formed and he became another giant in the three continents. This caused the balance between the three continents to reach an unprecedented period of stability. However, to everyone's surprise, many years later, this guy followed his wife and transformed into the mortal world. Previously, Feng Yun and Feng Yun had set up an assassination attempt on Zhuo Xiaoduo. They had tried to break Zhuo Zhangchang and his wife's idea of transforming into the mortal world and experiencing the realm. As long as they succeeded, it would be enough to affect their state of mind and greatly reduce the effect of their transformation into the mortal world. However, at that time, due to certain reasons, the people they sent were slightly weaker. Of course, this was under the condition that they did not succeed. They felt that their original judgment was shallow. If they had succeeded, naturally, they would not have said so. After all, according to common sense, the people they sent out would have been buried together with Zhuo Xiaoduo with his strength at that time. However, no matter what the process was, they did not succeed in the end. The Tao League also paid a considerable price because of this. Now, Zhuo Zhangchang and his wife had returned from transforming into the mortal world and caused a change in heaven and earth. Obviously, they had made an amazing breakthrough and should have reached the chaotic realm. Then, the couple's strength level was at the level that could suppress the world. Thinking of the past, scenes of the Tao League's 7 swords flashed before his eyes. He was naturally full of emotions and sighed endlessly. It was no longer his time. He was not as strong as others. A feeling of nurturing a tiger and inviting calamity arose spontaneously. That's good. Thunder Taoist said, now, we are still in an alliance. Some conflicts should be avoided if possible. Don't cause any more trouble. Understood, understood. No alliance. The flood which stood at the top of the mountain and looked to the east. Her eyes were clear. He clearly felt the shocking enlightenment and the soaring fighting spirit in the unseen world. He could not help but smile. I'll wait for you to sharpen your sword, then I'll go. Be there or be square. He muttered to himself. His messy hair danced in the wind. However, there was a kind of gratification on his face. He was gratified that an old friend understood him and an old rival was evenly matched. When he broke through, he sent a touch of enlightenment over. And after the other party broke through, he sent back his own enlightenment. Mysterious cause and effect. I don't owe you, you don't owe me either. After all, there was always a cause and effect and vice versa. Interesting, it's really interesting. The flood which only had a faint smile on her face. Transforming into the mortal world. So that's it. We thought we were separated from our original selves, but in fact, it's just another way of existence. The mortal world is full of changes, birth, aging, illness, and death, giving birth to children, a perfect life. So that's it. However, our paths are different after all. I'm walking the path of a lonely powerhouse. You're walking the path of perfection. It was hard to conclude who was better and who was worse. Let's go and see. I'll wait for you. In a secret place in the continent of astral souls. Yu Xingchen was restlessly pacing back and forth. His face was full of worry, but he was trying hard to keep his mind calm. Suddenly, he felt that somewhere behind him, an abundant and endless energy suddenly burst out. It rushed up like a tsunami. Boundless vitality instantly wrapped around him. At this moment, Yu Xingchen felt that the internal injuries that he had accumulated over the years and the loss of his origin were all healed in an instant. The power that shook heaven and earth erupted behind him. Breakthrough. Perfect breakthrough. Chapter 1072. The itchy feeling on his body came clearly, and it was indescribably comfortable. Brother! Yu Xingchen muttered to himself. He knew that this was his brother giving him a benefit with the help of the momentum of heaven and earth when he was breaking through. This was the lingering charm of the Great Way, the momentum of heaven and earth. This was not an ordinary thing. If it were not for Zhuo Changlu's intention and the couple's joint effort, he, as an outsider, would never have been able to grasp it. Actually, this old brother of mine has always seen and remembered the pain and suffering that I've suffered for so many years. So at this time, they were making up for it and giving it to him. In this regard, Yu Xingchen only felt touched and warm in his heart. But then he became even more worried. What should he do when he came out of seclusion? Xiaoduo and Yu Xingchen. A tremor seemed to rise in the depths of everyone's heart. They could clearly feel that something seemed to be broken. What was more direct was that it seemed that the cocoon that had been troubling the moth had broken open. A moth quietly flew out, spread its gorgeous multicolored wings, and flapped them to take flight. The shackles were gone. From then on, the mountains were high and the rivers were wide. Behind Yu Xingchen, the endless space suddenly shattered and turned into a huge black hole, slowly rotating. In the black hole, a colorful mottled, indescribably mysterious and magnificent, suddenly appeared. And two figures, from small to large in the black hole, seemed to emerge from the void and floated out. One of them was handsome in a green robe, and the other was as white as snow, beautiful and peerless. It was Zuochanglu and Wu Yuding, the couple, who had returned to the mortal world. "Brother Yu, you've worked hard." Zuochanglu smiled, took his wife's hand, and stood in front of Yu Xingchen. "It's what I should do. Congratulations, you've finally mastered the divine skill." Yu Xingchen's expression was complicated. "Hey, what divine skill did you say?" Zuochanglu laughed and said, "After the real breakthrough, you will know that the road ahead is still endless. Now, you just broke away from the original shackles and embarked on the starting point of a new road. That's all." "That's great," Yu Xingchen said sincerely. "It's a great thing after all." Wu Yuding was attentive and felt that Yu Xingchen's expression was not right. Yu Xingchen's attitude should be overjoyed after the couple's breakthrough, but now his expression was a little complicated. "Brother Yu, what's the matter?" Wu Yuding asked. "Yu Xingchen, there's something." Yu Xingchen said, "Yu Xingchen, brother Yu Xingchen." Zhuanglu smiled faintly. "To make brother Yu so troubled, it has to be about little Duo and little Nian, right? What happened to them?" Zhuanglu was smart enough to think of this in an instant. Other than his son and daughter, there was probably nothing else, no one, that could make Yu Xingchen so hesitant. Wu Yuding frowned. Looking at Yu Xingchen's hesitant expression, a strong sense of uneasiness grew. "Xiaoduo, did he get into trouble?" "Well, it's like this. It was fine at first, but after the spring festival, Xiaoduo suddenly disappeared. We're looking for him." Yu Xingchen sighed and looked at Zuochanglu and Wu Yuding with a guilty expression. "Disappeared?" Wu Yuding's eyes slowly narrowed. "Disappeared? What day did he go missing? Where did he go missing? What day is it today? How many days has it been?" "He went missing on the first day of the spring festival. Today, it's the 17th day of the Lunar New Year." At this moment, Yu Xingchen was surrounded by a sense of suffocation. However, since things had come to this, he didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly explained the matter in detail, leaving nothing out. This included how he had investigated and how he had searched for them. He explained everything in detail to Zhang Xian. In the end, he said, "The conclusion we have now is that to be able to do this without leaving a trace, the attacker should be at least a heavenly king-level master. However, we have no clue who did it." Zuochanglu's face gradually darkened. His eyes slowly narrowed, becoming as sharp as needles. Missing on the first day of the Lunar New Year, the 17th day of the Lunar New Year. During this period, he had been missing for a total of 16 days. This was not a short period of time. What should and shouldn't have happened should have already happened. Is it the Dao League's rhyme? Or the Umno Alliance's rhyme? Zuochanglu asked word by word. It was a rhyme that only peak masters could possess. Each of them had their own characteristics. As long as the time was short, as long as the master made a move, it could be felt. "It's neither. No, I can't feel it." Yu Xingchen's face was a little pale. He felt guilty and uncomfortable in his heart. His old friend was in seclusion, but he didn't protect his son well. "Fenghai." Wu Yuding's pretty face had turned pale. There was an endless storm brewing in her eyes. "I want to go and take a look." In front, behind, to the left, and to the right, pieces of space were shattering inch by inch. The space cracks crisscrossed and appeared one after another. Wu Yuding had a mottled feeling that she was about to collapse. She came out full of joy, but she was greeted with the news of her son's disappearance. Wu Yuding was about to explode on the spot. What did it mean to be missing for 16 days? If it was an ordinary person who went missing for 16 days, there might be hope of finding him. However, with the status of the couple, the disappearance of their child for 16 days was almost synonymous with complete death. Sister-in-law. Yu Xingchen just said 2 words. Wu Yuding let out a deep snort and tore the space apart. Her slender body drilled into the crack and disappeared without a trace. I'll go and take a look too. Zhuochanglu also tore the space apart and went after her. Zhuochanglu's concern for his son was no less than Wu Yuding's. Even though he could remain calm on the surface, his heart was already in turmoil. Even Yu Xingchen could feel the sharp killing intent clearly. He couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. I have to go and take a look too. Although I can't stop them, we can at least do something together. Yu Xingchen stomped his feet and tore the space apart to chase after them. Fenghai, the king of Zhuolu and the heavenly king of the right were looking at the strange phenomenon in the sky. Both of them were stunned and felt uncomfortable all over. They twisted their bodies and felt that their bodies were a little wrinkled. They seemed to be tied up. They looked at each other and saw the anxiety in each other's eyes. They were like 2 little quails that sensed the coming of a storm. He came out of seclusion. He finally came out of seclusion. This is really. Since he came out of seclusion, he must be the first to know the news. Then the next step must be here. Yu Dongtian's face was pale. He trembled and said, Little Hu, you alone are enough here. I'm redundant here. The battle at the front line is so intense. I have to go and take charge. Yun Zhonghu grabbed him tightly. Want to run? Is there such a good thing in the world? Today, if we live, you'll accompany me. If we die, you have to accompany me. I've been your scapegoat for so many years, and you want to run away today? Brother, let go of me. Brother, we'll share blessings and misfortunes. Chapter 1073. Yu Dongtian was on the verge of tears. Xiao Hu, we've been brothers for so many years. I've always treated you as my own brother. Please be kind and let me go. I really don't want to see Aunt Sua. Please let me go. I'll be grateful to you for the rest of my life. Yun Zhonghu looked at him sympathetically. No, he looked behind Yu Dongtian. Then he bowed. Greetings, mistress. Yu Dongtian's face froze. Brother, don't joke about this. As he slowly turned around, the most terrifying and horrifying scene entered his eyes. He saw Wu Yuding, who was dressed in white, looking at him with deep eyes. Yu Dongtian broke down on the spot, but he still managed to say instinctively, Aunt Sua, I miss you so much. Get lost. Wu Yuding didn't have the time to be angry with Yu Dongtian. She slapped him aside and spun him like a top. Then, she frowned and looked at Yun Zhonghu. Who too, what's wrong with your little junior brother? Before she could finish her sentence, Zhuochanglu appeared from thin air. Then, Yu Xingchen came out as well. Yun Zhonghu was really nervous. His face was pale and his cheeks were trembling. Yu Dongtian quickly stopped spinning and went behind his father. He diligently massaged his father's shoulders and said softly, Dad, protect me later. You little brat. You're right. You're looking for your dad now? My dad is omnipotent. You think too highly of me. I can't even protect myself now. Yu Xingchen looked defeated. Yu Dongtian's face was sullen as he stopped rubbing his shoulder. Keep massaging. You might not have the chance in the future, Yu Xingchen said. Yun Zhonghu started to explain. He felt unprecedentedly depressed and told her everything that had happened recently. The more Wu Yuding listened, the angrier she became. The more she listened, the more she couldn't hold it in. But more than that, she became more flustered. She could only feel her heart pounding, and her delicate body was on the verge of collapsing. This was originally a situation that absolutely shouldn't have occurred. With her and Zhuochanglu's Hongqian transformation and their joint breakthroughs, they'd already reached the peak of the world. No matter if it was in terms of strength or mental state, such a negative situation still occurred at this moment, and it could only prove the severity of the current unforeseen event. Zhuochanglu was speechless. In a flash, he entered the villa. Then he floated out and used the Tianyuan escape technique to search along the way to Phoenix City. Zhuo Changlu's Tianyuan escape technique was naturally not something that Zhuo Xiaoduo or Zhuo Xiaonian could compare to. He returned in just 15 minutes. However, his brows were deeply furrowed. Obviously, he didn't find anything. He couldn't sense anything with his divine soul. Looking at Wu Yuding's pale face, Zhuo Changlu took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Don't panic about this. We haven't reached the point of despair yet. Don't forget who we are." "Who are we?" Wu Yuding said angrily. "How special are we?" "Yes, you're the sky inspecting minister." "That's amazing." Zhuo Changlu smiled bitterly and said, "What sky inspecting minister? What I want to say is, we're Xiao Duo's biological parents. It's said that mother and son are connected by heart. Father and son are inseparable. This bond of blood and flesh is not something that can be separated by any space. Previously, when we were in seclusion, did you feel panic? Did you feel that kind of shock and trepidation?" "I didn't either." "Then I can say with certainty that there's still hope for this matter." Zhuo Changlu was worthy of the reputation of being the #1 man in the astral souls. Even in the face of such a terrible situation, with AI's whereabouts unknown and her life or death unknown, he could calmly analyze the situation and put forward the pros and cons. His words weren't purely to comfort Wu Yuding or to convince himself. Instead, he felt that what he said really made sense. If their son had really met with misfortune, with their divine senses and their feelings for Zhuo Xiaoduo, it was impossible for them not to feel anything strange. With this said, Wu Yuding also pondered. Although Zhuo Changlu's words were very mysterious and unsubstantiated, Wu Yuding really felt the same as Zhuo Changlu. There was no abnormal feeling of trepidation that she immediately felt a little relieved and said, "Don't talk nonsense with me. Hurry up and find my son. If you can't find him, I'll teach you a lesson." Zhuo Changlu's face twitched, and his indifferent face became slightly distorted. "I just came out of seclusion like you, okay? Why do you want to teach me a lesson? I can also say this to you. Hurry up and find your son. If you can't find him, I'll teach you a lesson. It's just that I don't dare to say it, but why did you suddenly change the topic to me? Who did I offend?" "Well, does Xiaonian know about this?" Wu Yuding asked. Yunduo specially went to Shangjing and stayed by Xiaonian's side. She didn't dare to let her know about this. If she panics, the situation will be even more difficult to deal with, Yun Zhonghu said. Wu Yuding breathed a sigh of relief. She felt that Yun Zhonghu and his wife handled it well. How could she not know the temperament and thoughts of her daughter and daughter-in-law? If she knew the truth, she would definitely do everything she could to find Zhuo Xiaoduo and make the situation even more chaotic. Then she frowned and pondered, "This? Who did it?" Zhuo Changlu was also pondering. The person who could do such a thing was definitely a top expert. However, there were only so many top experts in the world. They could be counted on one's fingers. Who was it? Moreover, it was against his own son. In addition to the means, it also required courage. At this moment, Yun Zhonghu's phone suddenly rang. Quietly asked the holy monk, "Is my daughter beautiful? Is my daughter beautiful?" Cough cough. Yun Zhonghu picked up the phone awkwardly. "It's Yun Duo." Then he picked up the phone. Bai Yunduo's voice clearly came from the phone. "There's still no news about Qin Fangyang's disappearance. There's no progress at all. I'm really angry and want to do something." Yun Zhonghu was very embarrassed. Cough cough. "What's going on?" "Mr. Qin went missing to help little junior brother get a place. These bureaucrats in Shangjing are still trying to shirk responsibility, thinking that they can get away with it. Ahoo, I'm worried that something big will happen when Master and his wife come back. Those people are annoying, but if we kill them all at once, it's inevitable that there will be chaos." Yun Zhonghu. "We have to be careful about this. Little junior brother went missing, and now little junior brother's teacher also went missing. Is this really such a coincidence?" Bai Yunduo's angry voice came. "This time, Shangjing needs to be cleaned up. This is too much." Yun Zhonghu coughed. After saying a few more words, Bai Yunduo hung up the phone angrily. On the other side, Bai Yunduo hung up the phone and muttered to herself, "I knew this idiot would think too much and not dare to say it. Master and his wife should be by his side right now. They must have heard it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be coughing and doing something like that. If you don't dare to say it, I'll say it. Let Master and his wife teach these vermin a lesson. What's there to be afraid of? Astral souls. I don't dare to talk about other things, but there are plenty of talents in the human race. On the other side, Yun Zhonghu put down the phone and sighed. How could he not know that he couldn't hide it anymore? He had noticed just now that as Bai Yunduo spoke, Wu Yuding's face, which had just calmed down a little, turned angry again. Moreover, it was getting worse and worse. What's going on? Cough, it's like this. Yun Zhonghu braced himself and told her everything about Qin Fangyang. Why didn't you say such an important thing just now? You kept hemming and hawing. Without Duo's call, did you want to keep it a secret? Wu Yuding snorted and said, or are you worried that Master and his wife will be impulsive and cause trouble for you, the king of Zhuolu? No, I definitely didn't mean that. I've already asked Minister Ding to investigate this thoroughly. Moreover, I promised to give him some time. So he won't just do that. Yun Zhonghu knelt down and admitted his guilt with his head lowered. So, we haven't done anything for so many years? Wu Yuding said with emotion, Dad, it seems that the world has forgotten about us. Zhuochanglu sighed softly. For the first time, a melancholy expression appeared on his face. Damn it, don't you think we're outdated? We can't keep up with the times? Isn't it said that people who can't keep up with the times are destined to be forgotten by the world? Or have we already been forgotten? Their words were calm and even a little playful. They didn't show any signs of anger. However, Yun Zhonghu, Yu Dongtian, Yu Xingchen, and the others felt cold sweat break out. Even their hair stood on end. In front of them, the couple had been suppressing their temper, and it was finally about to explode. Most likely, they had found a breakthrough. You guys stay here and continue to look. Zhuochanglu said warmly, let's go to Shangjing to take a look. It seems that they need us more. Yun Zhonghu was full of regret. As expected, things were still developing in this direction. Yu Dongtian watched as Zhuochanglu and his wife tore through space and disappeared. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. They left. It's good that they left. That means they didn't notice me. Everything else is not important. That's great. Just as he was rejoicing, he heard Wu Yuding's voice. Little Yu, when this is over, we'll settle the accounts between us. You should pray that this matter will go smoothly. If Xiao Duo can be found successfully, you should thank him. Yu Dongtian looked at the void and wanted to cry but had no tears. What he meant was that Yu Dongtian said with a sad face, Brother, work harder to find him. Yun Zhonghu rolled his eyes. Shangjing was calm. After Minister Ding issued the order, Bai Yunduo's huge spiritual power unilaterally monitored the 36 people targeted. Any movement or any order issued to the outside world would be monitored by Bai Yunduo. However, what Bai Yunduo couldn't help but admire was that this group of people were really old foxes. None of them were flustered by Minister Ding's threat. They still did what they usually did. It was as if they didn't take Minister Ding's warning to heart at all. Of course, there were also some people who gathered together to discuss because they were secretly afraid. Who did this? Minister Ding doesn't look like he's just trying to scare people. I'm afraid this matter is going to blow up. Don't let the fish in the moat get involved. I'm hoping that those greedy guys can come forward themselves now. It's difficult. Why did Qin Fangyang go missing? It's said that it's for the quota of the dragons to fight for the heritage. It's rare. Who do you think it is? It's difficult. Bai Yunduo heard no less than 20 conversations like this. There were 36 people, and it seemed like every one of them was very curious and scared. This also meant that none of the 36 people showed any flaws. In other words, there was no murder. Bai Yunduo knew that the suspect was among these people. However, with her experience and eyesight, she couldn't tell who was abnormal. This was very thought-provoking. The principal and a few higher-ups of Ancestral Dragon High School immediately held a meeting to discuss this matter after they returned. The principal was the first to fly into a rage. Qin Fangyang's matter must be done by someone from our school. It's not the fault of someone from our school. To erase all traces, such a brilliant method. How could it be easy? But why did he erase all traces of Qin Fangyang's appearance after the Spring Festival? It's terrifying to think about these things. The principal slammed the table. If this matter isn't resolved satisfactorily, everyone will be unlucky. No one can think of staying out of this matter. This matter definitely has something to do with Ancestral Dragon High School. You've controlled the dragons to fight for the heritage for so many years and seized so many benefits. Are you still not satisfied? How much longer do you want to control it? The principal's angry roar reverberated like thunder in the sealed meeting room. Qin Fangyang's actions are obviously hoping to get a spot for Zhuoxiao Duo from Hidden Dragon High School. As for Zhuoxiao Duo, even if Qin Fangyang didn't show up, I would definitely leave a spot for him. The continent's #1 genius. If even he can't be selected, what credibility does our school's dragons to fight for the heritage have? Just for this reason, you got rid of Qin Fangyang. How ridiculous! Are all of you brainless? The principal's words and actions were getting more and more agitated. Back then, when Zhuoxiao Duo gave Ding Xiulan the king beast spirit meat, the principal had lamented for a long time. It was a great loss for the ancestral dragon that such a righteous child didn't come to the ancestral dragon martial school. At that time, the principal had even said to Ding Xiulan, "If this child can maintain this momentum during the dragons to fight for the heritage and doesn't overage, you must remind me when the time comes." His words were still ringing in his ears, but this unforeseen event happened. While the principal was roaring, the people below were expressing their innocence. We didn't know about this at all. In the face of such ignorance, the principal was at his wits' end. Since you all say that you don't know, then let's leave it to fate. This is a matter supervised by the Heavenly King. There will definitely be a result. As for the consequences, everyone knows. One of the vice principals said, "Principal, even if the Heavenly King is supervising this matter, shouldn't there be some reason? We didn't do anything. Not to mention evidence, we don't even have a clue. How can we be killed for no reason? Is there such a logic in this world?" "That's right. You want to kill us without any evidence. Principal, what kind of society is this? As the saying goes, catch the thief with the stolen goods, catch the adulterer in bed." Even in the ancient times when civilization wasn't widespread, there was no such thing as killing without teaching. Moreover, we've worked hard all our lives. How can we be implicated and killed so casually? The principal heaved a long sigh. It's the same every time. I hope this time, it's as optimistic as you think. I've said what I should say. I won't tell you to look out for yourselves. Anyway, I'm leaving it to fate. Do you all really think that what you've done is so flawless? The principal sneered and pointed at them one by one. Naive. Childish. Chapter 1074. In the face of the headmaster's angry roar, the vice headmasters and the senior officials all looked innocent. We really didn't do it. It had nothing to do with us. Bai Yun Duo, who had been monitoring and eavesdropping, showed a cold smile. Why are so many people still superstitious about the so-called evidence? Why are you so sure that you can't kill without evidence? Reason? What is the so-called reason in front of a person with a big fist? The bigger fist, the bigger the reason. Naive. I can't help it. I'm going to do it. Bai Yun Duo muttered to herself. This matter was not as simple as patrolling the continent. There was a victim. This was not a case. This was a grudge. The reason why Bai Yun Duo didn't do it was because of this. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. At this moment, suddenly, the space in front of her was distorted. Starlight shone, and the space shattered. Then two figures appeared. Although their faces still retained the appearance when they transformed into the mortal world, Bai Yun Duo could still recognize that it was her master and mistress who had arrived. Bai Yun Duo hurriedly stood up respectfully. "Hello, master and mistress." She was a little shocked that her master and mistress had come so quickly. It seemed that the two elders really attached great importance to this matter. "Well, where's Nian? Junior sister is in seclusion in her place. It's 530 meters from here," Bai Yun Duo said. Well, you handled Nian Er's matter appropriately. Tell me about the situation here. It's like this. Bai Yun Duo explained in detail. During the words, she naturally added some of her own understanding and emotional bias. No evidence. No evidence, indeed we can't convict people. Zhuo Changlu laughed and said, however, although we can't convict people without evidence, we can still kill people. Wu Yuding said coldly, Teacher Qin's whereabouts are unknown because of Xiao Duo. As parents, if we don't give justice, how can we live up to Teacher Qin's kindness? No evidence? Then we'll have to create evidence and seek justice. Even if we can't create any evidence, it's not a big deal to kill a few people. Wu Yuding's words were laced with the aura of a devil who had no regard for human life. Even a heavenly king stage powerhouse like Bai Yun Duo could not help but keep quiet out of fear. She had almost forgotten that apart from being the wife of her master, the Sky Patrol Minister, she was also the only daughter of the demon ancestor, Lei Changtian. Previously, when she was by the minister's side, she rarely revealed her demonic nature. Before she became the minister's wife, she was also known as the witch. However, she couldn't help but admire her master's wife's methods. This method was the best method to deal with those cunning old foxes, a supreme method. That kind of old thing relied on the fact that he did things flawlessly and was good at wiping out traces of relevant evidence. He wanted to find evidence that could be used against him. If he tried to reason with them and deal with them by law, he would only get himself into trouble. Since he could not figure out the way to deal with them by reason, then he could only use strength to reason with them. What else could it be? Those people had been at ease in the rear for too long and had forgotten that this was a world where martial arts were respected. The bigger the fist, the bigger the reason. Only when the fist was strong enough, the bigger the power. It was very helpless. Although civilized society had been around for many years, there were some things that could only be done without reason. If they were reasonable, it would be absolutely difficult to do certain things. Zhuo Changlu said matter-of-factly, finding evidence is quite simple. Guest, since that's the case, let's do it. Then he said, Ancestral Dragon Gao Wu, are you going or should I go? Wu Yuding pondered for a moment and said, I should go. I'm just a little woman and do things without any scruples. However, I'm afraid that if I really go, I'll kill everyone. Those involved will die, but it's inevitable that there will be accidental killings. If you go personally, there will be less killing. Zhuo Changlu pondered for a few breaths and said faintly, all right. Pay attention, we must save Teacher Qin. Wu Yuding reminded, Teacher Qin has not only helped our family, but he also has feelings for us. This kindness must not be forgotten. Moreover, this involves whether Puppy's life is complete or not. Everything else can be discussed, but we must ensure Teacher Qin's safety. We must save Teacher Qin. Don't worry, I won't make a mistake on this. It's midnight now, the dawn is gone. Wait for the dawn to come. Didn't Hu promise to give those people some time? Don't let our child slap his own mouth. A few hours passed by in the blink of an eye as they meditated. Early in the morning, 7:30 a.m. The weather was clear and there were no clouds for thousands of miles. The breeze was cool and the sun was bright. It was a beautiful day. How about this time? Just right. Okay, I'm going. Zhuo Changlu stood with his hands behind his back and his body slowly disappeared. Mistress, don't you want to rest for a while? Bai Yun Duo was very excited. She had benefited a lot in these few hours. As a heavenly king stage powerhouse, Bai Yun Duo had almost reached the pinnacle of this world. If she wanted to make even the slightest bit of progress, she would need many years of grinding. But this night, as she meditated beside her master and mistress, that mysterious Taoist rhyme seemed to be within her reach, lingering around her for almost the entire night. Bai Yun Duo felt that if she could not suppress her own realm, she would have broken through a small realm by now. She was extremely grateful. She knew that her master and mistress could have done those things last night, but they deliberately gave her 5 or 6 hours. In these 5 or 6 hours, the enlightenment, Taoist rhyme, and the path of the great Tao that she had obtained would be something that all the top masters in the world might not be able to come in contact with in their lifetime. This was a great favor. No need. Wu Yuding said, you should seize the time to comprehend. Bai Yun Duo said, little junior brother. I don't know. Wu Yuding took a deep breath and said, last night, I used the heavenly heart questioning technique, and your master also used the 9 heavens heart technique. Both of us used 2 kinds of secret techniques and used ourselves as a medium to stimulate the senses of the divine soul to check whether this life is complete or not. We did not find that the divine soul is incomplete or that there is a legacy in life. She said softly, we can confirm that your little junior brother is still alive. This is beyond doubt. Bai Yun Duo immediately jumped with joy. Really? Wu Yuding nodded her head and said coolly, really? As long as he is still alive, the rest is not important. But when we find Xiao Duo, we will naturally find the old bastard who kidnapped Xiao Duo to settle the score. I don't care what your master will do, I will definitely make the other party pay the price. Even if the flood which imprisoned Xiao Duo, I will not let him rest in peace. Perhaps I will find his descendants and end this karma. Although the voice was indifferent, the unscrupulous demonic nature was as clear as day. It was extremely fierce and murderous. Of course, Wu Yuding knew very well that the flood which could not have done this. Not only would the flood which not do this, but she would also protect Xiao Duo. Therefore it must be someone else who did this. As for the others, in the whole world, who am I afraid of? Who can I not defeat? I will definitely find that old bastard and end this karma. Since Xiao Duo is safe and you too have come out of seclusion, there is no need to hide it from little Nyener, Bai Yun Duo said happily. That girl. Wu Yuding's gloomy face instantly turned gentle. She said, that girl looks cold on the surface, but in fact, she has a lot on her mind. I will go and see that girl. Bai Yun Duo said, I will go with you? You too? Won't my identity be exposed? Wu Yuding rolled her eyes and said, you'd better stay here. Bai Yun Duo was a little reluctant. She said with an indescribable affection, I will go invisible and follow you. If you need someone to serve you, just call me. Serve me. I don't need you now. You just need to serve the little tiger well. Wu Yuding suddenly turned to look at Bai Yun Duo's belly. She said, hey, I don't want to nag you, but how many years has it been? Your belly, why don't you fill it up a little? What's wrong? Is it because you can't or who's he can't? Bai Yun Duo froze on the spot when she heard this. Her pretty face suddenly became like a ripe persimmon, bashful to the extreme. Mistress, hurry up. What about me? Wu Yuding said, you won't know if you don't give birth to one. It's fun. Bai Yun Duo blushed. Her face was full of astonishment. Play? Yes. Wu Yuding said matter-of-factly, hurry up and give birth to one. It's okay if you don't want to raise it. Give it to me to play. I will raise it. Bai Yun Duo's shyness flew out of the sky, leaving only astonishment and shock. Play? Raise? I'm not just casually talking to you. You and the little tiger should hurry up and put this on the agenda. Wu Yuding taught her seriously, when you have a child, you won't be like this anymore. You know that Huzi is not a scheming person. He just rushes and fights without any worries. But when you have a child, you will be worried. No matter what happens, you will be able to tighten the string in your brain. Bai Yun Duo thought about it and blushed. But at our level, it's so hard to have a child. That's because you don't work hard. Wu Yuding glared at her and said, if you don't work hard when you're young, you'll be sad when you're old. Haven't you heard of this? Hurry up. Work hard. Before her voice died away, Wu Yuding had already left. Only Bai Yun Duo was left in the room with a burning face. She muttered, this poem, does it mean this? On the other side, it was already early in the morning. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. After the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth a few days ago, the whole of Shangjing City was full of birds and flowers. The ancestral dragon was a martial artist. The students saw that spring had already filled the world after just one night. Naturally, their eyes were filled with curiosity. Countless students were exclaiming in surprise. There were also many who were busy taking photos. They wanted to record this lively scene into their photos and preserve it forever. All the school's higher-ups and all the teaching staff were doing their jobs. In the combat field on the four sides, earth-shattering shouts could be heard. However, at the next moment, everyone in the Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts campus felt as if the entire world had come to a standstill, with the exception of themselves. Just when everyone thought that they were the only ones experiencing it, but in fact, everyone was experiencing it. A brilliant golden light suddenly appeared and enveloped the whole Ancestral Dragon High School. The golden light seemed to be omnipresent. It was as if the sky was slowly sinking and the whole earth was pressing down. A black-clothed figure, like a god wandering in the mortal world, slowly descended from the sky along with the golden light. There was still a huge black-clothed figure in the sky, but the figure's real body had already landed on the ground. The person had a square face. When his eyes opened and closed, there was a faint movement of stars. The sun and moon were shining. His black cloak fluttered slightly in the wind, and he wore a simple crown on his head. His whole body was like a gentle breeze, flowing like water as he walked forward smoothly. Wherever he passed, there was no trace and no sound. However, even if there were thousands of soldiers and horses in front of him, there were many tall buildings. When he walked past, they would naturally move aside and make a path for him. It allowed this person to pass smoothly. Everything was natural and logical. It was as if this was how it should be. All the teachers and students present looked on in shock. They looked at the majestic teaching building. There was clearly no gap in the sturdy building, but suddenly a wide path appeared. Flowers bloomed on both sides of the path, and the ground was as beautiful as a piece of brocade. However, the black-clothed figure did not seem to mind at all. He leisurely walked past. Then, after the black-clothed and crowned figure walked past, the buildings along the path quietly returned to their original state, as if nothing had happened. What they saw just now was just an illusion. For a moment, everyone who witnessed this scene was so shocked that they were suffocating, unable to control themselves. A feeling of respect and reverence that came from the bottom of their hearts involuntarily arose. With his arrival, this person seemed to have brought light to the world, but also seemed to have turned the world into complete darkness. It was not until a few minutes after the black-clothed figure walked past that a teacher who was walking towards him suddenly woke up from his daze. Then, his expression became abnormally emotional. Without saying anything, he fell to his knees with a plop, his face full of hot tears. After a long while, he was so emotional that he could not speak. "It's the minister, it's the minister. It's the minister, the sovereign descending ancestral dragon is mighty. Oh my God." Actually, he was not the only one who reacted. Many teachers of the older generation, the moment they came back to their senses, tears streamed down their faces. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed sincerely. The Sky Surveyor Throne. It was actually the legend of the astral souls, the sovereign descending ancestral dragon. In an instant, everyone remembered the portrait that was hung in the school auditorium. It was a portrait of a person's back. He was dressed in black and seemed to cover the sky and earth. He wore a crown and seemed to hold up the universe. That boundless majesty, that boundless aura. Looking at the huge black-clothed and crowned figure that was slowly dissipating in the sky, everyone cheered crazily and kowtowed. The minister is here. Without exception, all the students present knelt on the ground. Everyone's faces were full of tears, and they were indescribably excited. They did not know why, but they just wanted to cry. They did not care about their dignity and cried bitterly. For so many years, it was this black-clothed figure who had supported the continuation of the human race's life in the astral souls. The Sky Surveyor Throne was a solid line of defense for the human race in the astral souls. This person was like a loyal guardian of the astral souls. With his own strength, he held up the sky for the human race in the astral souls. Everyone knew that without the Sky Surveyor Throne, the astral souls would have fallen long ago. Countless heroes of the older generation had grown up under the protection of the Sky Surveyor Throne. Countless cultivation resources were sent back from scratch by the Sky Surveyor Throne. He used all means to deal with the enemy. He worked tirelessly alone to resist the strong enemies from all sides. He did many things for the human race in the astral souls. It could even be said that after the return of the Umno Alliance, until the Sky Surveyor throne grew, the human race in the astral souls had a mainstay. Only then did they have a true backbone. As long as the minister is still around, the astral souls will never fall. This was the consensus of everyone. Now, this person who had protected the continent for so many years had come here, to the martial arts of the ancestral dragon. The minister has come to the ancestral dragon. This is the glory of the ancestral dragon. Some students were so excited that their faces and necks were red as they shouted. And this sentence was exactly what everyone was thinking. No one objected. Yes, the Sky Surveyor throne had come to the martial arts of the ancestral dragon. This was the glory of the martial arts of the ancestral dragon, an unprecedented glory. A wave of cheers shook the sky like a tsunami. In the office building, the principal had already brought a few vice principals who could quickly rush over. They also knelt on the ground devoutly. They were full of anticipation and excitement as they quietly waited for the arrival of the god. Although the so-called etiquette of kneeling for status had long been abolished, in the face of such a human god, no one was unwilling to kneel. They all knelt sincerely from the bottom of their hearts. There was no coercion. It was just that they had to kowtow to the benefactor of the entire continent in front of them to express their gratitude. In front of them, the black-robed figure came as naturally as before. Although no one could see his face clearly, they still felt that the galaxy was shining brightly, and the sun and moon were shining brightly. Greetings to the minister. Everyone kowtowed and paid their respects at the same time. Zhuochenglu said lightly, "Everyone, get up. Call all the higher-ups of the martial arts of the ancestral dragon here. I have something that I need everyone's help with." After he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared. His voice was indifferent. The principal bounced up from the ground like a spring and shouted loudly. He was so excited that his face was red. "Hurry up! Call all the higher-ups of the ancestral dragon here. No one is allowed to be absent. The minister is going to give us a lecture personally. Hurry, hurry, hurry." The big conference room. "You guys go and clean it up. Don't let any dust. Make sure it's clean." The principal pointed at the vice principals. "Go quickly." The vice principals flew out in a whoosh. They had to clean it up. They didn't feel at ease leaving it to the students. They had to clean it up personally. Even if it was just a little bit of dust, it was still a great disrespect to the Sky Surveyor throne. It was also something that would make them feel uneasy for the rest of their lives. When the minister came, there was still dust. Even though the minister may not care about such minor details, but they wouldn't care about it. Because to them, this was blasphemy. It was even blasphemy against their life's beliefs. In the palace. A guard flew straight in at his top speed. He completely ignored the exclamations and questions along the way and rushed straight to the emperor's bedroom. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty! There's great news! The Sky Surveyor throne has appeared in the martial arts of the ancestral dragon." The guard commander, who was about to get angry, immediately shut his mouth. His face instantly turned red and his eyes shone brightly. Inside, the emperor was eating breakfast when he heard this. He jumped up and rushed out barefooted. "Where is the minister? Hurry, 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 change clothes." All the major departments and aristocratic families fell into a state of chaos. The minister has appeared in the martial arts of the ancestral dragon. The people who were outside desperately brought the news back. They didn't dare to shout on the way back. They suppressed their excitement and only shouted when they reached the door. This news caused everyone to be immersed in an almost explosive state of excitement, and it quickly spread out. Countless family heads, countless high-ranking officials and nobles from all directions of Shangjing, they all rushed to the martial arts of the ancestral dragon. In everyone's eyes, there was a genuine look of pilgrimage. Be careful, don't disturb the people. Don't make the minister unhappy. Faster! Faster! I want to go. Even if it's just kowtowing to the minister from afar, it's worth it to catch a glimpse of him. The minister. Everyone was very excited. They even felt a long-lost sense of happiness. It was as if their bodies were being electrified. They were so excited that their bodies trembled. Only the martial arts department. Department head Ding had just come to work when he saw his personal guard suddenly appear out of thin air and rush in front of him like a ghost. He was so excited that he rushed over. "Department head, there's a big matter." "What big?" Department head Ding was shocked. "It's the Sky Surveyor throne. The minister is here. The minister has already arrived in the martial arts of the ancestral dragon. Department head, let's go." The 8 shadow guards were so excited that their pupils dilated. Then, they saw their own department head Ding. His eyeballs suddenly bulged out, full of disbelief. He gagged and almost fainted. "The minister is here. He's really here. This dot's so fast that it seems that the matter is much more serious than I expected." The shadow guards were inexplicably surprised and even dissatisfied. "What's going on? What's with your reaction? Why do you look unhappy? What do you want? The minister has arrived. Why do you look so frightened? What are you doing? Although I'm your shadow guard, but if you disrespect the minister, I'll still cut you down." Quick! Department head Ding bounced up and flew out of the window. He disappeared like a stream of light. "Go to the ancestral dragon. Something big is going to happen." The shadow guards widened their eyes and were at a loss for a moment. They couldn't catch up with him at the first moment. 10 minutes past 8 in the morning. All the higher-ups of the Ancestral Dragon Martial Arts High School were sitting upright in the big conference room. The principal, vice principal, dean, that even the heads of the various grades shamelessly claimed that they were the higher-ups and squeezed their way in, begging their grandparents for help. This might be the only time in their lives that they could see the minister's face. "I'm a higher-up. I'm a higher-up." Chapter 1075. At this very moment, everyone was standing ramrod straight. The sky inspecting minister, this old man had not appeared for hundreds of years. He was only controlling the great shamans of the Wu people. The 7 swords of the Tao League were already a legend in the Astral Souls continent, a myth. And this myth was the benefactor of the entire continent. Now, this big shot suddenly appeared in front of Ancestral Dragon High Marshal. How could the people of Ancestral Dragon High Marshal not be excited? Everyone who was related to the Ancestral Dragon's high level of martial prowess was present. Coincidentally, there were exactly 90 of them. The 90 people waited quietly, gazing respectfully at the still empty stage. The minister had not arrived yet, but everyone knew that he would appear on this stage soon. They just didn't know when he would come. Everyone was waiting quietly for that moment to arrive. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light flashed. A figure as majestic as a mountain appeared on the stage. At this moment, the sun and the moon shone together, the stars twinkled, the black robe fluttered, and the crown was held high. Everyone stood up and bowed in greeting. "We pay our respects to the minister." On the stage, the minister gently raised his hand and said, "All right, sit down." Then, a chair appeared behind the minister out of thin air. The minister sat down on that chair like floating clouds and flowing water. Then, he said lightly, "Today, I came to Ancestral Dragon High Marshal to ask for your help." Ancestral Dragon High Marshal and the others were all excited. Their faces were red as they said, "If the minister has any orders, we will go through water and tread on fire. We will not hesitate to die." On the stage, the minister gently nodded. His voice was still indifferent as he said, "I have a close friend. His name is Qin Fangyang." As soon as this sentence came out, it was like a clap of thunder that exploded in everyone's hearts. At this moment, the principal of Ancestral Dragon High Marshal only wanted to vomit blood. He just wanted to faint immediately and not know anything. It would be best if he didn't care about anything. So that's it. So that's it. So that's the truth. No wonder Department Head Ding was so sure. If they couldn't find the person, everyone would die. Everyone would die. At that time, everyone had guessed wrongly and thought that it was the king of Zwalu's arrangement. Qin Fangyang's cultivation and strength were just so. His connections and background were the most eye-catching. He had some connections with the Eastern Front Marshal Dongfang, and through his good disciple, Zhuo Xiaoduo, he had gotten to know many high-ranking martial artists. Everything else was insignificant. To the king of Zhuolu, such a person was just an insignificant person. The difference in status between the two was too great. The fact that the king of Zhuolu had asked him about it was already his limit. Perhaps he would forget about it after a few days. Even if the king of Zhuolu did not forget and insisted on pursuing the matter, this matter involved many influential people in Shangjing City. Even if their power was not enough to make the king of Zhuolu afraid, it was not difficult to make the king of Zhuolu show mercy. Slaughtering all the high-ranking officials in Shangjing for such a small person. The king of Zhuolu, who always looked at the big picture, would not do such a thing. That was probably what everyone thought. Even after Department Head Ding gave the order, there was still not much reaction. They still thought that it was all bark and no bite. But no one would have thought that Qin Fangyang was the minister's man. Because of Qin Fangyang, the minister personally came to Ancestral Dragon. Denounce him? When everyone thought of this word, how could they not know that the consequences of this matter were too serious? The minister had personally said that Qin Fangyang was his best friend. What did the best friend mean? However, anyone who had gone to primary school, anyone who was slightly literate, would understand the meaning behind it. Best friend? What a scam! If you had such a strong relationship with Qin Fangyang, why didn't you say so? If you had said it or even slightly revealed this relationship, the entire Ancestral Dragon would have worshipped you as their ancestor. Was it necessary to let you go missing, with your whereabouts unknown, with your life and death unknown? Your disappearance and unknown whereabouts were not important, but it was a scam to all of us. Among the 90 high-ranking officials of Ancestral Dragon, most of them were confused about the current situation. They did not know where it came from or where it was going. They did not know the cause of the current change. They were all puzzled. What was going on? How did it unfold? However, there were also a dozen or so people whose faces turned snow white in an instant, completely devoid of color. The minister sat on the stage. His voice was very quiet as he said lightly, Qin Fangyang went missing in Ancestral Dragon's martial arts. I don't believe it. Below the stage, everyone seated was dumbstruck. Those who were qualified to be the higher-ranking officials of Ancestral Dragon's martial arts were not ordinary people. At this moment, they had already understood the meaning behind the words. They also understood that the minister's intention in coming to Ancestral Dragon's martial arts was not simple. The minister's voice was like a gust of cold wind from the depths of hell. So, please, everyone, find him. Below the stage, there was still complete silence for a long time. Finally, the principal of Ancestral Dragon's martial arts struggled to stand up while trembling. He said bitterly, Minister, regarding teacher Qin Fangyang's disappearance, it did happen in Ancestral Dragon. But this matter, I did not notice anything unusual from beginning to end. Ever since teacher Qin went missing, we have been looking for him. The minister's gaze was like the rotation of the sun and moon. The principal immediately felt that he could not speak. Looking at the minister's eyes, his mind was muddled for a moment. When he finally came back to his senses, he found that he had already sat down without knowing when. The next person to stand up was Vice Principal Lu, who was sitting beside the principal. Minister, regarding this matter, we really did not know. That Qin Fangyang. The minister looked at this vice principal and said lightly, You are called Lu Zhongtian? Lu Zhongtian said, Yes. The minister said, You are from Shangjing's Lu family? Lu Zhongtian said, Yes. The minister said lightly, Lu Shentong, is he still alive? Lu Zhongtian said respectfully, Ancestor already. Passed away 200 years ago. The minister said, He died on your family's bed? The minister was silent for a moment and said lightly, Is there anyone from Shangjing's Lu family outside? Call in a few people who can make decisions. His voice drifted out slowly. In less than 100 breaths, voices came from the door. Lu family's Lu Wangxing, Lu Haiba, Lu Zhanexen, Lu Yunting. Greet the minister. Vice Principal Lu's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Among these people, Lu Wangxing was the oldest ancestor of the Lu family. Lu Haiba was the second generation and was nicknamed the #1 expert of the Lu family. Below him was Lu Zhanexin, the current head of the Lu family. Finally, Lu Yunting was the current head of the Yanwu Empire's secret department. He was also the person with the highest official position in the Lu family. These 4 people represented the current power structure of the Lu family. "Come in," the minister said. The door opened. The 4 people entered in a single file and knelt on the ground with respectful attitudes. The minister said lightly, "This vice principal Lu Zhongtian was involved in Qin Fangyang's disappearance. Does the Lu family know the inside story?" The head of the secret department, Lu Yunting, was covered in cold sweat. His whole body was shaking. The minister glanced at him and said lightly, "I'll ask again. Does the Lu family's elder know that Lu Yunting was involved in erasing the traces?" Lu Wangxing and the other 2 trembled and knelt down. "Spare our lives, minister." The minister sat on the chair and said lightly, "Do you think that if you don't say anything, there will be no evidence to follow? There will be no law to rely on, and I won't be able to convict you? Do you think that your crimes will be sealed in the ground forever, never to see the light of day?" The 5 people of the Lu family all knelt on the ground, trembling. Their faces were already pale. Lu family's ancestor, Lu Wangxing's old face was full of despair. He was almost dead. As the ancestor of the Lu family, he knew very well what kind of situation the Lu family was in now. The minister's voice and tone were still indifferent. But the end of the Lu family was already decided. There was no need for law, no need for evidence, and so on. Every word that came out of the minister's mouth was the law of the astral souls. It was irresistible, and it could not be defied. The minister had clearly stated the word, sin, in his last sentence. The minister was very angry. That meant that the Lu family was finished. Lu Wangxing did not dare to complain, nor did he have anything to complain about. The only thing he hated was the fact that his descendants were so insensible. The Lu family was already one of the top families in Shangjing. What was there to be discontent about? Why did they have to go and cause such a huge disaster? The minister said lightly, "Lu family's Lu Zhongtian, Lu Yunting, used public resources for private use, framed the loyal, disregarded the law, and vermin Yanwu. The punishment was about to be handed down." Lu Wangxing was desperate. So, he suddenly cried out in a heart-wrenching manner, "Minister, minister! My family's ancestor, Lu Shentong, had also fought fiercely in the world. He had also served as a general under the right heavenly king. Minister, please show mercy. The fault of the younger generation should not be blamed on the whole family." The minister's voice was very cold. "Do you think that my previous question was without reason? That Lu Shentong actually died on his own bed? As an old general who fought on the battlefield, this is also a crime. The heavenly king of the right, Yudongtan, is also guilty. When the continent was in a precarious situation, when the bloody battle at the Sun and Moon Pass was endless, when the Wu people were facing a strong enemy, even if they had a long life, they would choose to self-destruct on the battlefield, and their last bit of strength would be used to slaughter our people. Yet, the heavenly king of the right actually had such a great general under his command. Yudongtian, your discipline is not strict, and you have no prestige. You are a disgrace to the heavenly king of the right. From today onwards, in front of the Sun and Moon Pass, the whole army will reflect on themselves. The heavenly king of the right, Yudongtan, from today onwards, will guard the Sun and Moon Pass for 1,000 years without moving. Your salary will be deducted for 1,000 years as a warning to others." Chapter 1076. The minister's voice was like rolling thunder in spring. It came from ancestor Dragon Gaowu, and no one within a radius of 1,000 miles could not hear it. A long saber appeared in the sky above Shangjing City. The so-called long saber was not enough to describe it. It was a huge saber that stretched from east to west. It was tens of thousands of feet long, and it shone brightly in all directions. The entire Shangjing kept quiet out of fear. For this matter, even the heavenly king of the right, one of the strongest astral souls, was punished. And he was punished so severely. Lu Wangxing's face was as white as paper. Tears and snot flowed down his face. His heart was filled with despair. He no longer had any hope. Even the heavenly king of the right was punished. What hope did the Lu clan have? He had only mentioned the achievements of his ancestors, and he had implicated the heavenly king of the right. Even if the minister had let the Lu clan off and left them some leeway, the Lu clan would no longer have any place in the Yanwu Empire from today onwards. All the soldiers under the heavenly king of the right, or those who used to be under the heavenly king of the right, would hate the Lu clan to the core. They would spare no effort in attacking the Lu family, until the Lu family was completely annihilated and annihilated. Not only did he seek his own death, he even complained for the sake of the heavenly king of the right. Do you think the heavenly king of the right is someone you can frame? The minister's voice was indifferent. The Lu clan, Lu Zhongtian, Lu Yunting. Such people are not fit to hold high positions. The Lu clan is not fit to live in Shangjing. The Lu clan's disciples are not fit to live in this world. The three not fit were like 3 claps of thunder. The fate of the entire Lu clan was decided. The 5 people who held high positions in the Lu clan all fell to the ground like mud. Qin Fangyang must return alive. The minister's voice was cold. I promise that if Qin Fangyang lives, the Lu clan will have a descendant. If Qin Fangyang dies, the entire Lu clan will be buried with him. Sir. Lu Wangxing knelt on the ground and begged weakly. Sir, you should not implicate women and children. The minister smiled faintly. Before you speak, why don't you reflect on yourself? Not long ago, there was someone who had said similar words. Everyone present, please don't forget that when you harm others, there may also be innocent women and children in the court. My ancestor had military exploits. Your Excellency, for the sake of... With the Heaven Inspecting Minister's decree, I erase all the military merits of the Lu clan's ancestor. The minister said indifferently, you have 3 days to find Qin Fangyang. This is the time limit I promised. He looked at the 5 of them with his rotating eyes and said indifferently, or have you given up on this time limit? The 5 people of the Lu family scrambled out without saying a word. They were all in a daze, their faces pale, but they tried their best to return, hoping to preserve the last bit of hope, the last bit of bloodline. The Lu clan was finished. This was the common thought of everyone who heard it. However, if they could find Qin Fangyang, then the Lu family would still have a chance to survive. At the very least, they would have a chance to leave behind a descendant. On the other hand, whether it was Qin Fangyang's death or the Lu family's inability to find his whereabouts, the Lu family would definitely be exterminated. The imperial edict to dismiss Lu Yunting, the head of the Dark Department, came from outside. The entire Dark Unit had been placed under surveillance and handed over to the Ministry of Justice for trial. Anyone who participated in cleaning up the traces would be investigated and interrogated to find clues that the Lu clan was finished. However, this was not the end yet, because the minister did not leave. The minister who had dealt with the Lu clan did not have the slightest intention of ending this matter. He turned to look at another vice principal of Ancestral Dragon High School and said indifferently, "You are from the Bai clan? You are called Bai Chonghai?" Bai Chonghai felt dizzy, and then he lost consciousness. When he woke up from his daze, he saw the head of the Bai clan and a few elders kneeling beside him. I have no intention to ask any more questions, and I am too lazy to judge one by one. Your clan will be dealt with the same way as the Lu clan. I give you 3 days to find Qin Fangyang. If you can't find him, you will be punished. If you can find him, you will also be punished. Another big clan was kicked out of the circle of nobles in Shangjing with just a few words. They would be consigned to eternal damnation. At this moment, the faces of the people who were still in the auditorium were all pale. Those who were qualified to be part of the upper echelons of Ancestral Dragon High School were not ordinary people. However, very few of them had clean hands. Whether it was an exchange of benefits, a compromise of power, or something else, there were very few people who had not done things against their will, against the law, and against the law. In short, There was no one who did not have shit on their buttocks. The only difference was whether to investigate or not. It was fine if it was just a small squabble. However, once it was serious and they lined up to kill, no one was innocent. How could everyone not tremble in fear? They were afraid that the minister would be the next to call out their names and overturn the clan behind them. Shangjing is really dirty now. The minister looked at the people below and could not help but sigh softly. Zhuochanglu had experienced too many changes in dynasties and the transfer of power. Naturally, he had already seen through the essence of politics and the truth of trickery. The reason why he ignored the filth of the mortal world for so long was that he did not want to be contaminated by the dirtiest dust in the mortal world. However, the affairs of the world were unpredictable and all living things were chess pieces. He would have to face this filth again. On the other side. Wu Yuding had already arrived outside Zhuoxiaoyan's door and gently knocked on it. "Who is it?" Zhuoxiaoyan's voice came from inside. "Nian Mao, hurry up and open the door." "Wah." Zhuoxiaoyan, who was inside, cheered. The sudden sound wave almost blew the roof off. She rushed to open the door as if she was flying. She did not even look and directly rushed into Wu Yuding's arms with her head down. She desperately rubbed, "Mom. You missed me so much." She repeatedly called her mom and stayed in Wu Yuding's arms. She was unwilling to get up again. She held her tightly with both hands and refused to let go. She was afraid that the person in her arms would leave again. Zhuoxiaoyan greedily sniffed the unique scent of her mother. She cried, laughed, choked, and wanted to shout with joy. However, she could not help but cry, but tears of happiness at hugging her mother. She only felt that the world was so safe. The long-lost satisfaction came again. "You're finally back, Wu." The spiritual goddess, who had always been as cold as an iceberg, cried like a little cat. Her face was mottled with tears. "You little girl, why are you crying?" Wu Yuding hugged her daughter and said angrily, "Didn't your father and I tell you that we would definitely come back? Now you cry as soon as you see us. What is this? Are you glad that we kept our word, or are you complaining that we came back too late?" "That's different," Zhuoxiaoyan protested. "What's different? We said that we would come back. Aren't we back now? What's different?" "Anyway, it's different." Zhuoxiaoyan was still in Wu Yuding's arms. She simply left the ground and climbed onto Wu Yuding's body. If this scene was seen by Zhuoxiao Duo, he would be in disbelief. No, anyone who knew Zhuoxiaoyan would be in disbelief if they saw this scene. It was just that the others were more different than Zhuoxiao Duo. How could this be something that the spiritual goddess and the spiritual goddess could do? Wu Yuding had no choice but to enter the room with her daughter, who looked like a large koala bear. She patted her plump buttocks and said, "Come down. How old are you? Don't you know how to be shy?" "I won't. Come down." "I won't come down." Zhuoxiaoyan began to act coquettishly. She pouted and wriggled on her mother's body. "You're a big girl. You're going to get married soon. Why are you still so disobedient? You're marrying your son. There are no outsiders around. How can you rely on your mother-in-law like this?" "Of course. Yes, of course." Zhuoxiaoyan pouted and shouted. Wu Yuding was really speechless. She had to sit by the bed with her daughter in her arms. Suddenly, she was stunned. "What's this? Such a big puppy?" As she spoke, she turned over the quilt. "Ayaya." Zhuoxiaoyan suddenly struggled out of Wu Yuding's arms and pushed the Star Fantasy Jade puppy into the quilt at lightning speed. She still felt unsafe and pushed the quilt to the innermost part of the bed in a hurry. Wu Yuding squinted at her. "Ayaya, you miss my son so much that you even put such a big puppy in the quilt. How shameful. My daughter, Wu Yuding, is such a good-for-nothing." Zhuoxiaoyan blushed. "No, it's a whole piece of Star Fantasy Jade. It can quickly gather spiritual energy. It just happens to look like a puppy. I put it in the quilt just for cultivation." "Yes, it was for the sake of cultivation." "Cultivation? It has nothing to do with the puppy." "But this puppy has nothing to do with the puppy. I thought too much." Wu Yuding gently pinched her daughter's pink face and said, "Then I'll put the living puppy in the quilt for you." Do you want it? No way. Stinks. Zhu Xiaoyan turned her head away proudly. Then I'll have to find another one to warm his bed. Mom, you're bullying me. Zhu Xiaoyan couldn't take it anymore. She snuggled into Wu Yuding's arms and wriggled. Wu Yuding suddenly laughed heartily. She hadn't been so relaxed in a long time. Sure enough, she was most relaxed in front of her family. By the way, Mom, you're back? Does the puppy know? Zhu Xiaoyan suddenly remembered. I haven't had time to tell him. He seems to be in a private place. Wu Yuding said, have you contacted him recently? Supervisor Bai Yunduo told me that he's currently in a special training in a certain territory. It's normal that I can't contact him. I'll try to contact him now. If he knows that you two are back, he'll be ecstatic. Zhu Xiaoyan took out her phone excitedly. Wu Yuding wanted to stop her, but she thought that it would make Zhu Xiaoyan suspicious. So, she didn't say anything. She couldn't contact him anyway. She would find a way to contact her husband later. She had scanned the entire continent of astral souls with her divine sense and found nothing. Then she would go to the Umno Alliance and the Tao League. She didn't believe that she wouldn't be able to find that kid. Zhu Xiaoyan was excited. Although she knew that Zhu Xiaoduo was in a secret special training, she still held on to the slightest hope. After she dialed the number, she sighed softly. Ayaya, I'm afraid that the puppy is still in the trial. He probably won't be able to pick up the call. Wu Yuding and Zhu Xiaoyan, one knew the truth and the other knew the truth about a certain someone's situation. For a moment, they didn't have any hope for this call, but there was a long beep sound from the phone. Did he pick up the call? At this moment, Wu Yuding was shocked. Zhu Xiaoyan, who was holding the phone, was shocked. Her red little mouth was wide open, and her eyes were full of shock. Mamma mia! He picked up the call. Chapter 1077. Wu Yuding and Zhu Xiaoyan did not expect Zhu Xiaoduo to pick up the call. What was going on? This should not be happening. After 2 rings, the call was picked up. The voice was very low, but it was clear that it was Zhu Xiaoduo's voice. Nian Mao. Zhu Xiaoyan snorted and said fiercely, Doggy, where are you? Zhu Xiaoduo's voice was heard. I am in the trial. What's so great about the trial? Everyone knows. Zhu Xiaoyan was about to say something, but the phone was snatched away by Wu Yuding. Xiaoduo, where are you? Zhu Xiaoyan was stunned. Why was her mother in such a hurry? She called him Xiaoduo instead of Doggy. Zhu Xiaoduo was obviously stunned. Then he shouted excitedly, Mom? You and Dad are back? Cut the crap. Tell me where you are. Wu Yuding said angrily, hurry up and tell me the truth. I'm training in a remote mountain. Ahem, the signal here isn't very good. I couldn't contact Nian Cat before, but now that I've been able to contact her, everything's fine. I'll be back in a few days, and I've already told you that I'm safe. Don't worry, your son's cultivation has improved tremendously, and he's invincible now. Hearing that his parents were back, Zhu Xiaoduo was happy. However, he was more worried. If his parents came and met the old man, that they might not be able to defeat the old man. After all, the old man was at the top of the world. Even if his parents were big shots, could they be as strong as the old man? Once the enemy met, they would be furious. His parents would be implicated. Now that he had reported his safety, he could hide in the space of the Tower of Emptiness. He did not believe that the old man could wait for him for long. Cut the crap. Wu Yuding said angrily, hurry up and say it. Ahem, I'm not far from the Sun-Moon Pass. It's very safe. Zhu Xiaoduo said vaguely. No alliance? Wu Yuding immediately guessed. Ahem, you can say that. Mom, I'll talk to you later. There's still a battle here. Before Wu Yuding could say anything, the phone was hung up. Wu Yuding had a murderous look on her face. He actually landed in the Umno Alliance. Flood, that old bastard. How does he discipline his subordinates? Then he called Zhu Changlu. There's news about Xiaoduo. He's at the Umno Alliance. I just talked to him on the phone. As Zhu Changlu interrogated him, the killing intent in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Even though he didn't want to be contaminated by the filth of the world, he had already been contaminated. So, it didn't matter if he was contaminated more. Once he let go of his scruples, everything would be solved. The relevant matters were almost understood. The beginning and the end of the matter were just a few families who were annoyed by Qin Fangyang's interference. In order to ensure that there would be no accidents and that their children could be promoted smoothly, they dealt with Qin Fangyang, who had been jumping around happily. Anyway, this kind of thing had been done countless times in the past years. Everything was familiar to them. So far, the only oversight was when they were arresting Qin Fangyang. Qin Fangyang somehow sensed his danger in advance and always kept a very cautious state of stealth. When the people who dealt with him caught up with him, Qin Fangyang had already left Shangjing City and entered the wilderness. Naturally, the 6 high-level killers wouldn't let him go. They chased him all the way and caused a big battle in the Death Valley in the north of Shangjing City. In this battle, Qin Fangyang exploded 5 doppelgangers and seriously injured 3 of them. However, his head, chest, back, and dantian were fatally injured 17 times, and he fell down the cliff. When Qin Fangyang fell down, the 3 uninjured killers were still in a killing intent. They threw their long swords out of their hands and pierced through Qin Fangyang's body. The bottom of the Death Valley was a bottomless, dangerous place. Once, someone flew down 13,000 meters, but he still couldn't explore the bottom. He encountered dense poisonous fog. For some unknown reason, there was infinite poison gathered below. However, the fog seemed to be locked by some clever tactical formation and didn't rise. However, anyone who fell into the poisonous fog for some reason was doomed to die. There was no exception. Therefore, the Death Valley was called a dangerous place. At this point, even Zhuo Changlu couldn't help but sigh. Qin Fangyang's hope of survival was very slim. He was almost doomed to die. This result caused Zhuo Chang to fly into a rage. Zhuo Changlu wouldn't let go of any of the participating families. Even the families who didn't participate, Zhuo Changlu wanted to clean them up as long as they had controlled the dragons fighting for the heritage. At this moment, he had already cleaned up the 4th family. When he was about to continue to clean up the 5th family, he unexpectedly received a call from his wife. He blocked the space and answered the call. He was overjoyed. His son didn't die, and the specific location was sent back. Since his son didn't die, Zhuo Changlu immediately changed his current plan. It wasn't that Zhuo Changlu stopped killing because he heard that his son didn't die. It was because he shouldn't be the one to deal with this matter. If Qin Fangyang was still alive and Zhuo Xiaoduo was dead, then everything would be done by him. But from the current situation, it was impossible for Qin Fangyang to still be alive, but Zhuo Xiaoduo had news that he was still alive. Then, the work of avenging Qin Fangyang had to be done by Zhuo Xiaoduo. As his father, he couldn't overstep his boundaries. The reason was very simple. Zhuo Xiaoduo was Qin Fangyang's most valued disciple. It was because of this disciple that this matter happened. If Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't settle this grudge, it wouldn't be a good thing for Qin Fangyang and Zhuo Xiaoduo. Therefore, Zhuo Changlu immediately stopped. Let Qin Fangyang's disciple take the last step. What a pity! Zhuo Changlu's heart was full of regret. He had planned to have a good talk with Qin Fangyang after he came out of seclusion. They could really become friends. Although there was a huge disparity between the two of them in terms of status and cultivation, Zhuo Zhanglu still believed that Qin Fangyang was a friend worth making. But now, he didn't have the chance. Zhuo Changlu didn't deal with the Diwu family anymore. Instead, he snorted and said, "The mighty ancestral dragon has been reduced to a place of hiding evil. So what if I'm dealing with it? It really hurts my heart." As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up and his body slowly disappeared. Zhuo Zhanglu knew everything about Qin Fangyang in his heart. He didn't miss out on anything. It wasn't difficult to do this, but it wasn't easy at all. After Zhuo Changlu came in and mentioned Qin Fangyang's name, he immediately performed the heavenly soul search on the few people who didn't look right. All secrets were laid bare before his eyes under this top-notch soul-searching technique. Not a single detail was left out. The soul search was an operation that targeted the person's divine soul. The divine soul of a person was difficult to cultivate. It was already unusual to be able to master the soul search. However, whether it was an ordinary person or a cultivator, the divine soul was an extremely fragile part of the body. Once it was damaged, it was difficult to repair. Therefore, the soul search shouldn't be used unless it was a last resort. This was a recognized iron law in the cultivation world. Once it was used, in addition to causing irreparable damage to the divine soul of the person whose soul search was performed, the memory obtained by forcibly collecting the soul search was often only a small part of the person's memory fragments. There might not be any memory that was needed. Moreover, the soul search couldn't be repeated several times. Basically, after one time, the person's divine soul would be seriously damaged and would be no different from an idiot. However, Zhuo Chenglu's heavenly soul search was different. He used his own divine soul to look at the target's divine soul instead of forcibly capturing the divine soul. His cultivation had reached the peak of the world, and so did his divine soul. The target's divine soul search was relatively weak. They couldn't resist Zhuo Chenglu's divine soul search at all. They couldn't even notice that their soul search was being carried out. In the blink of an eye, Zhuo Zhanglu scanned through all of the other parties' memories. He could easily restore the truth and determine all of the related criminals. After completing all of this, all of the target's details had been completely exposed. They didn't know anything about it. Going back to the beginning and end of the whole thing, it could be said to be an accident, but it might not necessarily be a long-term habit. For a long time, the matter of the dragon race for the heritage in the ancestral dragon gauntlet of Shangjing had been a secret circle of interests. It was jokingly called the cradle of the leadership by insiders. The number of people who entered the dragon race for the heritage was announced to the public every time it was announced to be 24. But in fact, the real number was 36. The extra 12 places were the benefits that belonged to the cradle of the leadership. The royal family, the aristocratic families, and the big clans divided the 12 places, and it was basically impossible for these 12 people to go to dangerous places in the future. For example, they would never go to places like the Sun-Moon Pass. It wasn't easy to get a place and divide the luck. Their future progress was guaranteed, and they were destined to go further than the others. Whether it was their starting point, luck, they were much better than the ordinary people. Such a talent, in addition to a deep foundation, had martial strength, brains, and connections. In a few years, they would be able to climb to a high position in the empire and become the mainstay of the family. How could such a mainstay talent be sent to the battlefield to be sacrificed? It was better to stay in the family and stay in the empire to take charge of the overall situation. This was the wisest and most reasonable way to deal with it. And as time passed, as the effect of participating in the dragon race for the heritage was too good, the number of people who were jealous naturally increased day by day. Slowly, the few families who originally had vested interests gradually couldn't withstand the pressure. They used many operations to reduce the number of places for the dragon race for the heritage again, and used this to reduce the pressure on themselves. In the beginning, only 6 of the original 24 places were given to certain families. In name, it was to reward the descendants of the meritorious deeds. After all, the established 12 places were not known to the outside world. It was natural to give a part of the known share. In recent years, there had been a change in the number of people. Nominally, it was said that there were too many people fighting for the heritage, and it was not beneficial to share the luck. The total number of people announced by the officials was reduced from the original 18 to 12. In fact, the 6 places that were reduced by the officials were transferred to the relevant families who had interests. In this way, the official 12 places announced to the public, but there were a total of 24 places. The number of people was under the category of under-the-table operations. However, there was still a considerable amount of room for manipulation on the surface of the 12 places. In the simplest way to describe this situation, it was internally determined. This kind of internal determination was initially targeted to the well-known geniuses, such as Zhuo Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, and the like. If it was internally determined like this, all parties would relatively approve of it. After all, those who benefited from the heritage would be blessed with luck, and those geniuses would be bound to do their best for the safety and well-being of the continent in the future. In terms of the overall situation, it was in line with the overall interests. But later, the extent to which the royal family of Shangjing and several big families benefited from it, they increasingly witnessed the benefits of the heritage. They were more and more reluctant to share the benefits with ordinary people outside their circle. Not to mention that many families in Shangjing also expressed their intention to have a share of the profits. Finally, it evolved into the current interest circle of the heritage that the 12 families jointly established to control the heritage. The transactions here were shocking to the eye, mottled and full of bloody paths. Once the huge interest circle was formed, whoever dared to extend their hands would naturally be suppressed by the other families. And Qin Fangyong, with a fearless attitude, barged in. For the future of his students, and for He Yuanyue's last wish, Qin Fangyong did not know the pros and cons. Even if he knew, he would still go forward without hesitation. In this matter, the royal family and 4 of the old families who had vested interests did not make a move. The ones who did make a move were the new families in recent years, namely the Lu family and the Bai family. In their eyes, Qin Fangyong's action was a violation of their established interests, which was a provocation to the main family. Based on the principle that they had been used to for hundreds of years, they just casually ordered, "Get rid of him." And then this matter happened. After Qin Fangyong's accident, these families, as usual, split up and acted with tacit understanding. Those who needed to deal with the traces did so, those who needed to erase the influence did so. Those who needed to throw out other things to attract the public's attention were also doing the same. All the follow-up traces, including the bystanders and those who might know, were all eliminated. For these families, this was something that they were very familiar with. After all, they had been doing this for so many years, and they could not be more familiar with it. They did it very well, so much so that even the supervisor by Yun Duo did a secret investigation, but she did not find any clues. However, no one said anything about it. The main reason was that no one really put in the effort to investigate, and no force, had the ability to go against these local tyrants in Shangjing and pull out the teeth from the tiger's mouth. But this time, it was different, completely different. Behind Qin Fangyong, there was an iron plate that was beyond their knowledge. After climbing so many mountains, they finally met a ghost. No, it should be that they met a god, the guardian of the mainland of astral souls. The Fan family, the Lu family, the Wang family, the Bai family, the Yin family, the Zhong family, the Zhou family, and the Shen family. Every single one of these 8 clans had something to do with the matter of Qin Fangyong making a move. The original royal family, the Lan family, the Yang family, and the Xia family, the real 4 big families, who also had the most vested interests, did not make a move in Qin Fangyong's incident this time. Now, in the hearts of these few families, it could be said that they were greatly relieved. Even if they were still held accountable, at least it would not be a calamity that would wipe them out. Among the 8 families involved, Zhuo Changlu had already singled out the Fan family, the Lu family, the Bai family, and the Yin family. These few families were definitely done for, and there was no turning back. The minister did not need to say anything, just his attitude of singling them out, and they were already done for without any luck. Furthermore, the minister had singled out Qin Fangyong, who was one of the top 10 fugitives of the Eastern Army, and this matter would definitely reach the ears of Commander Dongfang. With Commander Dongfang's famous temper of protecting his own, and the minister's implicit support. Originally, Zhuo Changlu wanted to settle everything, but now that he suddenly knew his son's whereabouts, he naturally left this matter to his son to deal with. It was still the same sentence. It was the same reason why Yun Zhonghu and Bai Yun Duo did not directly take action. Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. As Qin Fangyong's student, Zhuo Xiao Duo avenged his teacher, and it was right and proper. If he took action, it would be overstepping his authority. Therefore, Zhuo Zhanglu decisively cut him off and swaggered off. The remaining 4 families who had already felt the impending disaster could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. It was too frightening. Just now, they clearly felt that their families were done for, but they did not expect that there would be a turn of events. It seemed that the minister only investigated those 4 families and did not investigate us. If that was the case, then that would be great. As long as the minister did not convict us on the spot, no matter how those families bite us, we can deal with them. At most, we will give up some benefits and abandon the rook to save the king. Compared to the entire family, a few benefits are nothing. Since arriving, the emperor, who knew that the minister was investigating the matter of the dragons fighting over the veins, did not dare to come in at all, and had been waiting outside. At this moment, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Pass down the decree. Fan, Lu, Bai and Yin families, and all related officials, are to be dismissed and investigated. These 4 families, with 9 generations as the limit, will use all their manpower to set up an inescapable net to capture and investigate the case of Teacher Qin's murder. We must let the heroic souls rest in peace in the underworld. Ancestral Dragon Gao Wu will be reorganized from today onwards. Department Head Ding of the Martial Arts Department will be in charge of this matter. As for the shares of the dragons fighting over the veins, come up with the most fair and appropriate distribution plan as soon as possible. At this moment, no one would object to the emperor's words, including the 7 families who previously regarded the dragons fighting over the veins as their private property. This time, not only did they not dare to have the slightest objection, but they kept quiet out of fear that the slightest movement would cause trouble for themselves. Now, everyone was very clear in their hearts. The most important thing now was to extricate their families from this matter, and then they could talk about other things. His life was his top priority, and his family's safety was his top priority. It was really too frightening. The 4 families that had been entrenched in Shangjing for more than 2,000 years were completely uprooted with just a few words, and there was no longer any chance of survival. Although nominally, they still had to go through the judicial process, everyone was still clear in their hearts. Everyone in the 4 families, from top to bottom, would not be able to survive. Only the subordinates of the Heavenly King of the Right and the generals of the great Marshal Dongfeng would not be spared. One had to know that this time, they had a good reason to act. They had the support of the number 1 in the world, the guardian of astral souls, behind them. How could that group of people not take the opportunity to make a move? If they did not turn the world upside down, it would not be over. In the following period of time, Shangjing City would be in troubled times, and it would become a place of trouble. It was better for everyone to be more honest. If they could successfully survive this dragon's fighting over the veins, it would be a blessing from the heavenly official, a blessing from the heavens. The wind blew in the sky. Zhuo Chenglu and Wu Yuding had already met up. Let's go to the UMNO alliance immediately. Wu Yuding's attitude was very decisive. She could not wait to find her son now, hold the puppy in her arms, and kiss him properly. She really missed it too much. Her son was in the UMNO alliance, and that was a dangerous place. How could that be? Although there is definite news from my son's side, I still feel that there is something strange about this matter. Zhuo Chenglu frowned. You didn't kill everyone, did you? No. Your call came at the right time. Since Xiao Duo is still alive, I naturally have to leave some for Xiao Duo. Zhuo Chenglu sighed and said, although this will damage my reputation, Qin Fangyang is Xiao Duo's teacher. If Xiao Duo can't avenge his teacher with his own hands, it will inevitably be a great regret in his life. In the future, when he dreams at night, he will often feel that he has wronged his teacher. And this guilt will accompany him for the rest of his life. Therefore, this kind of situation naturally has to be avoided. Wu Yuding deeply agreed. You're right. The 2 of them began to discuss going to the UMNO alliance together to pick up the puppy. Zhuo Xiaonian was listening at the side, and she insisted on going with them. After being scolded by Zhuo Chenglu with a stern face, she pouted and became obedient. Just as the 2 of them were about to leave, Zhuo Chenglu suddenly received a phone call. At first glance, he couldn't help but be surprised. He said, Hey, is it from Hu Tu? He just left for a night. Why is he calling? So he answered, Hu Tu. Zhuo Chenglu frowned. What's the matter? Cough cough cough. That. On the other side, Yun Zhonghu's strange voice sounded as if he was in a mess in the wind. He stuttered the whole time and couldn't even speak clearly. As two people who had watched Yun Zhonghu grow up, they could imagine that the king of Zhuelu was probably in a state of complete confusion at this time. What's the matter? Yun Zhonghu's voice was already breaking down. We found the whereabouts of youngest junior brother. You found it? Zhuo Chenglu frowned. I already know. I also got the information about Xiao Duo's whereabouts. Yun Zhonghu's tone was extremely surprised. Are actually not angry? Angry? Zhuo Chenglu was immediately puzzled. What's going on? What did you find on your end? Yun Zhonghu's voice was messy in the wind. After youngest junior brother's portrait was sent to Ryu Pass, there was news from there. They said that on the day youngest junior brother went missing, someone took him to visit the cemetery of martyrs and entered the martyrs' palace. Zhuo Chenglu? Hearing this, the minister's eyebrows slowly twisted into a rope. He was keenly aware that there was something unusual going on. Tell me exactly what happened. Yun Zhonghu was about to speak when he heard Wu Yuding's phone ring. When Wu Yuding saw it, she immediately cried out in joy. I really don't know what kind of good day it is today. My dad actually took the initiative to call me. It seems that today is destined to be a day of reunion. Yes, Xiao Duo and little Nian haven't seen him yet. Chapter 1078. On the other end of the phone, Yun Zhonghu, who was talking to Zhuo Chenglu, naturally heard Wu Yuding's words. His eyes widened. Master, he should ask mistress. Zhuo Xiaonian, who was at the side, suddenly looked up. Her pretty eyes were filled with astonishment. Grandpa? Do Xiao Duo and I really have a grandpa? Wu Yuding laughed and scolded her. You silly girl. Without your grandpa, where would your mother come from? Zhuo Xiaonian smiled foolishly. Yes, yes. She turned her head and couldn't help but be surprised. Dad, why do you look so weird? Zhuo Chenglu snorted and then remembered to talk to Yun Zhonghu. However, he was shocked to find that Yun Zhonghu had already hung up. This kid actually dared to hang up on me? What's going on? Immediately, he saw Wu Yuding pick up the phone excitedly. Dad, where have you been all these years? Have you been in seclusion? You're finally out. You didn't even give us any news for so many years. You don't know how worried we were. An embarrassed voice came from the other end. Rainy. He. Is that person beside you? Wu Yuding was annoyed and amused at the same time. He's beside me. Your son-in-law is beside me. Zhuo Chenglu looked up, his eyes darting around. His usually elegant face gradually crumbled. On the other side, Lei Zhangtian was also scratching his head. His hair was in a mess. He laughed awkwardly and said, You're on the side. That's good. That's good. I'll call you later. Wu Yuding was stunned. Dad? Dad? Say something? She heard someone shouting, Hello, hello, hello? Hello, hello, hello? Fuck, why is the UMNO Alliance's signal so bad? The call was hung up. Wu Yuding was stunned. A signal from the UMNO Alliance? Zhuo Chenglu's expression changed. He heaved a long sigh of relief. Alright, don't worry. I can roughly imagine what the situation is now. The situation is very clear now. Wu Yuding stared blankly. Is the situation clear? Can you imagine it? I'm still completely dumbfounded. How do you know everything? Shouldn't today be a good day for a family reunion? Zhuo Chenglu sighed. He glanced at his wife and said helplessly, You claim to be smart all your life. How could you be so ignorant? Even now, you still don't understand? Second brother must have come out of seclusion and found out that he had a new grandson. He must be very excited and happy, so he naturally came to take a look. When we really see him, other than praising him for being a good kid, we'll think that since we're not by his side, won't he have the responsibility to help teach him? He wants to make up for the regret of not being here all these years. So he took Xiao Duo away to gain experience. That's what happened. Let's think about it a little deeper. Look at the current world. Other than second brother, who is easily hot-headed and makes stupid mistakes at the drop of a hat, who does things on his own without caring about the consequences, only he would do something like taking Xiao Duo away without telling anyone. This indirectly caused Xiao Duo's inexplicable disappearance. If it were someone else, it would either be difficult to get a response until today, or Xiao Duo would have been dead for a long time. Besides, if it weren't for him, why would he hang up after knowing that I was next to him? He's guilty. It had to be said that Zhuo Changlu's brain was quite good. He guessed the whole truth just by relying on Lei Changtian's hesitant phone call. Wu Yuding nodded in agreement as she listened. When Zhuo Changlu finished, he suddenly frowned and said with unusual dissatisfaction, "What do you mean by your second brother?" "That's my father." "Your father-in-law? You call him second brother so blatantly. Do you want to call me eldest niece? Tell me, are you trying to take advantage of me?" Zhuo Changlu touched his nose and smiled bitterly. "It's not that I don't want to call him father, but the problem is that he doesn't dare to agree. Besides, how many years ago, weren't you eldest niece? Weren't you the one who followed behind him and acted like a spoiled child every day?" However, he absolutely didn't dare to say this now. Wu Yuding's mind turned and she instantly sorted out the cause and effect. She was sulking and rolled her eyes, but she couldn't vent it. Her disappointing father, every time he saw his son-in-law, he had a fawning look on his face and rushed to call him big brother. As his daughter, she was speechless. That's not right. Xiao Duo has been missing for more than a day or two. Why didn't he think of calling to inform us? Even if he didn't want to care about Feng Hai, he should have contacted Xingchen or Hu Zi and his wife. Why did he have to be so anxious? Wu Yuding thought for a while and found another problem. Zhuo Changlu was speechless. "My dear wife, think about your father's brain. He does things incoherently and thinks he's infallible. I bet that Xiao Duo still doesn't know that it's his grandfather. He must have made up a reason that he thinks is very convincing and sent the child to a dangerous place to gain experience. Think about how he and Xiao Duo are in the UMNO alliance. What else can you not understand? Then how do you know that he won't reveal his true identity? My dear wife, why can't your brain work when it comes to our family? You can understand if you think about it a little. Who is your father? He's the demon ancestor. Among the top people in the world, except for a limited number of people, who can do anything to him. If Xiao Duo knows that his grandfather is such an awesome existence, he'll just treat it as a sightseeing tour no matter how dangerous the place is. Even if second brother forces him to fight, this guy only needs to act coquettishly and everything will be fine. What's the effect? How would second brother dare to let him know? Who knows what kind of fucking excuse he'll come up with? It had to be said that Zhuo Zhanglu's understanding of Lei Zhangtian's character had reached a very subtle level. His words clearly analyzed Lei Changtian's motives and psychology. It was meticulous and clear, as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Wu Yuding looked distressed. "Then why did you call now? The timing is just before we came out of seclusion. This should be a coincidence, as well as a little bit of certainty." Zhuo Changlu snorted. "I guess second brother found out that this guy's ability to cause trouble is beyond his expectations. He's even caused a lot of trouble now. It's so big that this bastard found out that he can't handle it alone. After all, they're in the UMNO alliance. Doesn't this mean that Xiao Duo and his grandfather are in danger now?" Wu Yuding's expression changed. "It's not necessarily very dangerous, but a certain degree of danger is inevitable. As we come out of seclusion, the higher-ups of the UMNO alliance will have their concerns. Then we have to hurry. It's a 1 in a million chance. Why are you still dawdling?" Wu Yuding said with dissatisfaction. Zhuo Changlu was speechless. "I wanted to go there quickly, but you kept asking me questions, didn't you?" But no matter how speechless he was, he didn't dare to talk reason with a woman, especially his own wife. Was his brain damaged? Feng Hai. Yun Zhonghu and Yu Dongtian looked at each other. They were both speechless and filled with sorrow. Who would have thought that after so many days of mobilizing so many people, it turned out to be a blunder? Now, the entire Yanwu Empire was in a state of panic. However, it wasn't that there were no benefits. The bandits within the borders of the continent were almost completely wiped out. Countless corrupt officials had also been purged with the help of this wind. The remaining people were like cicadas in winter, Not daring to act rashly for a short period of time, that although they knew that it was a blunder, Yun Zhonghu and Yu Dongtian only frowned and sulked. They didn't dare to say anything. That was the great senior. Who dared to say anything? Not to mention the two of them, even Yu Xingchen, the star-plucking monarch. Fuck his grandfather. The one who could curse was Yu Xingchen, the star-plucking monarch. The star-plucking monarch was beyond furious. Fuck his grandfather. He had cursed this sentence thousands of times. It was the same sentence over and over again. There was no other way. Curse his mother? No way. That was his senior. She was practically his mother. How could he curse her? Curse his wife? If his wife was still alive, he could curse her. But since she was already dead, he couldn't curse her anymore. Curse his daughter? That was even more unacceptable. Therefore, Yu Xingchen had no choice but to fuck him. This Lei Lauer has a hole in his brain. His nerves are damaged. His heart is only one orifice and it's intermittent. His brain circuit. Damn it, this bastard doesn't have a brain circuit at all. Fuck his grandfather. I'm so angry. Yu Xingchen was so angry that his heart, liver, spleen, stomach, and kidneys swelled. But he still couldn't vent his anger. After a long while, he finally took out his phone. He called one by one. Dao, what are you doing? Beat someone up for me. Lei Lao. You can't beat him? Of course, I know you can't beat him. But don't worry, I'll get Sword to help you. Just wait for my news. When the time comes, just leave everything to fight. Sword, what are you doing? Beat someone up for me. Cousin Qin, what are you doing? Cough cough, beat someone up for me. Your second brother. Which second brother? How many second brothers do you have? It's the father of the woman who snatched your husband from you. Then it's settled. Wait for my news. Dao, what are you doing? Beat someone up for me. You just have to focus on stabbing him. It's decided then. After contacting a few people, Yu Xingchen put down his phone angrily. The left and right heavenly kings, who were nearby, kept quiet out of fear. Their eyes met, and they saw the sincere shock. Beating up the demon ancestor actually required so many people to work together? Yu Xingchen saw their expressions and knew what they were thinking. He snorted and said, "It's not difficult to kill this old thing. But it's not easy to beat up a cultivator of his level. You two little things cultivate like turtles. If you don't work harder, Beigong Hao and the others will catch up with you. None of you are capable." The left and right heavenly kings looked embarrassed and swallowed their dissatisfaction. They thought, how can they catch up with us? But you, old man, if you don't work harder, we will catch up with you. Then what do we do now? What else can we do? Yu Xingchen said, Yun Zhonghu, go and meet your wife. Guard Shangjing nearby. He turned to look at his son and said angrily, why aren't you guarding the Sun Moon Pass? What are you waiting for? Do you think you were demoted for 1,000 years for nothing? How can you still be so carefree? They also have sons, I also have sons, but why is the difference between our sons so big? Yu Dongtian walked away with his head drooped. He had no objection to guarding the Sun Moon Pass for 1,000 years. Now, the Dao League was fighting at the front lines. He was just going to watch the show at the Sun Moon Pass. As for the self-criticism in front of the entire army, it was even less of a problem. Back then, I was beaten up in front of the entire army more than once or twice. My prestige is still at its peak. What's the difference between this and me being on vacation? But no matter what, he is still a son. As a son, why can't I compare to that little rascal? Isn't this series of changes caused by him? Isn't it because he has good parents that he can be so successful now? If I had parents like that. Well, anyway, I can't say it like that. Seeing his son fly away without any sense of propriety, Yu Xingchen became more and more angry. His lips trembled. Huzi, look at your brother Tian's dog-shit appearance. Tell me, how did I give birth to such a disappointing son? Yun Zhonghu's mouth twitched. I have to go. Duo is waiting for me. Goodbye, uncle. Wait. Yu Xingchen grabbed Yun Zhonghu and said, this, Xiaohu look. Is there anyone suitable for your brother Tian? If this goes on, won't that kid follow in my footsteps? Hearing this, Yun Zhonghu's face immediately turned ugly. It wasn't that this was difficult, but it was too difficult. Looking at the entire continent, not to mention finding a few female warriors who could match the heavenly king of the right, even finding one was like finding a needle in a haystack. During the war, female warriors died much faster than male warriors on the battlefield. This wasn't to disrespect women. It was the truth. In the face of death, men were always more able to withstand it. As for female warriors who could match the king of Zhuolu, they either had a large group of great-grandchildren and a huge family, or they were already married and deeply in love. Husband and wife were birds in the same boat and would not leave each other day and night. As far as Yun Zhonghu knew, there was only one female martial artist who was still single and had a high enough status. She was the only female martial artist who was still single. However, Yudong Tian didn't dare to provoke that one. Even you, Uncle Yu, wouldn't dare to act rashly. It's really rare. It's hard to find. Yun Zhonghu was very melancholy. Don't worry, take your time. I'll leave everything to you. Yu Xingchen said, as long as there's a suitable one, send them to a pile. Send them to a pile? Did you think this was a betrothal? Yu Xingchen said, as long as there's a suitable one. I'll personally go to the Umno Alliance and find the Great Fire Shaman. I'll ask for 2 jugs of wine that's incompatible with water and fire. Yun Zhonghu felt that his whole body was cramping. He said his goodbyes awkwardly and ran away as fast as he could. Zhuo had already come out of the Void Extermination Tower. Otherwise, Zhuo Xiaonian wouldn't be able to contact him. Well, the Umno Alliance had already removed the signal jamming. Wu Du and the other great shamans had already confirmed Zhuo Xiaoduo's hammering technique. Naturally, they wouldn't target him anymore. Therefore, the signal jamming was meaningless. Previously, when he was cultivating in the Void Extermination Tower, Zhuo Xiaoduo realized that after he had advanced to the ultimate profound realm, his cultivation progress was extremely slow. It was so slow that it was almost ridiculous. After staying in the Void Extermination Tower for a total of 6 months, which was equivalent to 2 days in the outside world, Zhan Xuejuan still hadn't woken up. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but poke his head out to check on the situation. As soon as Zhuo Xiaoduo poked his head out, Lei Changtian, who was still nearby, naturally noticed it. However, he didn't move. If I don't move, you'll definitely think that I've left. Then, you'll have to think of a way to go back quickly. I won't restrict you anymore. You can fly, go invisible, or put on makeup. Anyway, no matter what, you just have to hurry back. If you don't go back, I'll go crazy. Seeing Zhuo Xiaoduo poke his head out, he even took 2 steps to test the waters. Then he disappeared with a whoosh. After a while, he poked his head out again. He swaggered about 10 to 20 meters away before retracting his head again. He poked his head out again that he retracted his head again. Lei Changtian, who was invisible in the sky, felt his stomach ache. Why don't you come out already? No one's going to catch you. After 30 to 40 tests, Zhuo Xiaoduo finally confirmed that he wasn't in any danger. In the last few tests, he had walked a few thousand meters, but he was still fine. That meant that old man had left. He finally left? Zhuo Xiaoduo almost laughed out loud to vent the joy in his heart. Then, Zhuo Xiaoduo started to put on makeup for himself. He changed his muscles and bones and transformed himself into a huge fat man. He appeared shakily and then ran toward the nearest Umno Alliance city. He had to find a place with signal quickly. His family must be worried sick. Finally, after running for 5,000 to 6,000 miles, his phone finally had signal. Hence, Zhuo Xiaoduo took out his phone and prepared to send a message. He didn't dare to make a call. If he did, the signal would be too strong. But coincidentally, just as he took out his phone, Wolf Running Tower digging Lei Taotao's gang shredded Wang Bamao. Someone actually called him. Zhuo Xiaoduo was shocked and his scalp went numb. Lei Changtian, who was invisible in the sky, was also shocked and his hair stood on end. When Zhuo Xiaoduo saw the caller ID, it was my dear wife missing cat. He was immediately happy and picked up the call without saying anything. Our hearts are really connected. I'm no longer the little dog I used to be. When we meet again. He hung up the call as soon as possible. Then, Zhuo continued to shake his fat and trembling body as he dashed forward. However, Lei Changtian, who was in the sky, was stunned. I actually heard the sound of rain. Oh. Both of them came out of seclusion? Lei Changtian painfully thought for a long time. He felt that he should confess and be lenient. After all, it had been such a long time. He guessed that both of them were about to fall sick from anxiety. If it was only Zhuo Changchang, who cared how he died? But his daughter was also involved. Besides, when Zhuo Changchang wanted to beat him up, his daughter was the key person to protect him. Hence, Lei Changtian took out his phone and called his daughter with all his courage. When he asked, he found that guy beside her. Instantly, Lei Changtian didn't dare to say anything. He only hinted to his daughter that she should leave him alone later and he would call again. Zhuo Changchang couldn't know about this. However, Lei Changtian never expected that this intermittent and vague phone call would completely expose him. After hanging up the phone, Lei Changtian trembled in fear for a long time before he went forward to chase after Zhuo. In the end, he was still worried. This little guy was a troublemaker deep down. Reality proved that a certain grandfather's worries were true. He saw that Zhuo had encountered a new situation at a glance and hurried over to see what was going on. He saw a burly figure in green linen clothes. His hair was messy and his hands were behind his back. He was standing in front of Zhuo and seemed to be saying something. When Lei Changtian saw this person from afar, he couldn't help but tremble all over. Although this person changed his appearance, how could he not recognize him? Even if you turn into ashes, I can still recognize which piece floating in the air is yours. You are the great flood witch. Lei Changtian's eyes instantly turned red. The flood witch, his irreconcilable enemy. It was him who caused the downfall of all his brothers. It was him who hammered him twice and forced him to live in seclusion for 1,000 years to recover from his injuries. It was this bastard. Now, this bastard is actually stopping my dear grandson again. What is he trying to do? Is he trying to cut the grass and get rid of the roots? Lei Changtian's heart was in his throat. He activated all his cultivation and quietly approached. He gritted his teeth and glared, but he didn't dare to take another step forward. Damn it. It seems that my time has come. If this guy dares to do anything to Xiao, I'll immediately self-destruct. This bastard. Who's afraid of who? Damn it. Coming to the Umno Alliance this time was really unlucky. He had bumped into all sorts of monsters. But in the next moment, his eyes widened. The flood witch on the other side said something, and Zhuo actually nodded happily. Then, he followed the flood witch all the way forward. Lei Changtian's eyes widened in disbelief. What the fuck? What's going on? Why did that little bastard follow her? That's the flood witch. Where's your vigilance? Where's your cautiousness? This is too unreal, isn't it? Zhuo had just turned the mountain pass when he saw the long-haired weirdo in front of him. Suddenly, a vague feeling as heavy as a mountain suddenly attacked him. At the first sight of this person, Zhuo felt that the whole world was stagnant. Even his divine thoughts were no exception. They were frozen. Under such circumstances, even if he wanted to hide in the Tower of Annihilation, he couldn't do it. The guy could kill him with just a glance. It would take a moment to hide in the Tower of Annihilation, and in that moment, the guy could kill him. Countless times. Realizing this, Zhuo couldn't help but feel his heart pounding. He didn't dare to act rashly. In the next moment, he saw the burly guy waving at him and saying, "Little brother, can you ask for directions?" Ask for directions? Zhuo instinctively tried to read the man's fortune. Chapter 1079. Oh yeah. Everything in front of him was foggy and deep. As expected, he couldn't see anything at all. Luckily, he was prepared, so he wasn't surprised at all. The strength displayed by the other party was beyond Zhuo's understanding, so he shouldn't be able to see anything. However, the curious Zhuo threw out 2 drops of Providence points, but in the end, the Providence points were actually bounced back. Bounced back. This result shocked Zhuo so much that his heart spasmed. The luck points were bounced back completely intact. Oh my god, What kind of terrifying overlord is this that this is the first time I've encountered a situation where my luck points were bounced back that not only was the person in front of him ridiculously powerful, far exceeding his understanding, but he was also an expert in the luck path. His providence was also valiant to the point of surpassing others by a large margin. Senior, may I ask where you want to go? Where do you want to go? Zhuoxiaoduo's attitude was unprecedentedly respectful. Yes, I want to go to the Sun-Moon Pass, but I've been in seclusion for so many years, and now that I've come out, everything has changed. It's unfamiliar, and I don't know where to go. The person frowned. What a coincidence. I also want to go to the Sun-Moon Pass. Zhuoxiaoduo looked at the unfathomable expert in front of him suspiciously. Could it be that this person has seen through my identity? What a coincidence. The person said kindly, may I ask what your surname is? My surname is Zhuo. Zhuoxiaoduo said seriously. Oh, little brother Zhuo, my surname is Shui. Since we're all going to the Sun-Moon Pass, why don't we travel together? Greetings, Senior Shui. You're welcome. It's great that Senior Shui wants to travel with us, but I'm afraid I'll take up too much of your time. Zhuoxiaoduo made up his mind. If it was a blessing, it wouldn't be a disaster, and if it was a disaster, it couldn't be avoided. How could he resist the unfathomable strength displayed by the person in front of him? I'm just thinking about it, so I don't mind wasting some time. Little brother, do you know if there's a city nearby? Let's go and find out where we are going. The messy-haired figure spoke in a kind tone, but the inexplicable majesty that flowed out of his body, even though he had tried his best to restrain it, was still engraved in Zhuoxiaoduo's spiritual sense that was 1,000 times stronger than an ordinary person's, causing him to feel fear. Zhuoxiaoduo's heart was pounding like a little deer. He clearly understood that the person in front of him was probably the strongest person he had ever met. Even the people's livelihood couldn't compare to it. Well, the shortcoming here was not only in terms of cultivation realm, but also in terms of overall strength and combat strength. Although Elder Wan's cultivation was pure and his realm was high, when it came to the heart of killing, his combat strength was not outstanding at all. Because he had been in seclusion for more than 1,000,000 years, it was not an exaggeration to say that he had little combat experience. Therefore, his overall combat strength was far inferior to his cultivation realm. To give a relatively direct example, Zhuoxiaoduo was able to kill opponents 2 levels higher than him. Wasn't it because his overall combat strength was extremely high, and he was even stronger than those opponents whose cultivation bases were far above his? The so-called non-battle crimes were only because many internal and external factors were not taken into account. Otherwise, how could there be so many non-battle crimes? However, what kind of person would be a mighty figure whose comprehensive strength might be stronger than Elder One's? Was there really such a person in the world? Although Zhuoxiaoduo was terrified, he had a clear feeling that this person didn't have any ill intentions towards him. In fact, he even had a strange feeling that this person was helping a junior and taking care of him. Could it be that I've really met a good person? Zhuoxiaoduo couldn't help letting his imagination run wild. The two of them chatted along the way, and they didn't feel lonely at all. Looking at little brothers was age, your bone age and spiritual soul. You're at most in your 20s, right? However, his cultivation is not ordinary, it is pure and profound. A 20-year-old profound returnance cultivator is already rare and commendable. The depth of his foundation is far above that of many skysoar cultivators. Since ancient times, there have only been a few such geniuses. Sire Shui said, Senior is praising me too much. My cultivation isn't worth mentioning before Senior, it's like a firefly compared to the moon. Your cultivation might be inferior to mine now, but when I was your age, I was also like a firefly compared to the moon. Sire Shui solemnly replied, We've been traveling together for more than a day. Why don't we have a spar when you're feeling frustrated? I'm interested in seeing your strength and cultivation, and there's no harm in finding some problems with you. Sire Shui's words were really straightforward. He directly said that he wanted to give Zhuoxiaoduo some pointers. However, Zhuoxiaoduo rejoiced and replied, Thank you, Sire Shui. At the same time, his heart was filled with anticipation. Zhou Xiaoduo knew very well that if the other party wanted to kill him, he could do it with a glare. There was really no need to spar and give pointers. Thus, Sire Shui's words must be from the bottom of his heart. It was a great opportunity to receive guidance from such an almighty being. It was an opportunity that ordinary people might not even be able to obtain even if they spent their entire lives dreaming of it. So how could Zhou Xiaoduo not be excited? The two of them entered the nearest city and asked about the direction of the Sun-Moon Pass before Sire Shui brought Zhou Xiaoduo and soared into the sky. I'll bring you along, and I'll give you pointers when we reach a place where there's no one around. All right. The two of them soared into the sky like shooting stars and disappeared in a flash. After they soared into the sky, Sire Shui waved his sleeves, and countless strong gales suddenly appeared. Instantly, the entire sky and land behind him was split into many strips. With this wave of his sleeves, countless spatial cracks appeared behind him, blocking the demon ancestor and preventing him from following them. Damn you! Lei Changtian spent a lot of effort to break through these obstructions, but when he soared into the sky again, he could no longer sense the two of them. The sky was clear, and the ground was vast. But this time, he had really lost them. Fuck you! Lei Chang'an was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Fuck you, bastard! Why did you come out to stir shit? Fuck you! After searching for a long time, Lei Changtian still couldn't find any clues, and he completely collapsed. He pointed at the sky and cursed the earth, but it was useless. No matter how angry, frustrated, and depressed he was, no matter how many negative emotions he accumulated, Lei Changtian still didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly chased in the direction of the Sun-Moon Pass. All methods led to the same destination. The destination of the two of them was the Sun-Moon Pass. As long as he rushed there at the fastest speed, he would definitely be able to find clues about their whereabouts. But along the way, Lei Chang'an was flustered and exasperated, and he cursed endlessly. What does it have to do with you? Do I need you to jump out and cause trouble? This is ridiculous. That's my grandson. What does he have to do with you? Bullshit number one, expert. You should be more reserved. Where's your identity? Where's your dignity? Where's the bearing of an expert? Fuck you. You are not a fucking human. As he cursed, he anxiously chased forward. Lei Zhangtian was not worried at all. If the flood which wanted to take Zhou Xiaoduo's life, he could kill him with just a glance. Lei Zhangtian was not in front of him. Even if he was in front of him, he would not be able to stop him. Since she didn't make a move just now, it was impossible for her to do it again. But this wasn't the problem now, okay? Why did you take him away? What am I supposed to do now? I've brought my grandson here, but I've already lost him twice. This time, it was even worse. He had already called his daughter, and he didn't know how she would react. Would she be able to guess the whole story? How did things become like this? The child was taken away by the flood witch, and in this world, at most, only the child's father could get him back. But then, how could he hide it? Lei Changtian was so worried that his intestines were in a knot. As he ran, he heard the phone ring urgently. Ring, ring, ring. Ring, ring, ring. Lei Changtian was on the verge of breaking down. There was no need to ask who was calling. Other than his own daughter, who else would call him? And this call was just made by him. The evils he brought upon himself were the hardest to bear. Lei Changtian hesitated again, and finally stopped in the air to answer the call. He forced himself to calm down, and tried to make his voice as steady as possible, pretending as if nothing had happened. Dead. Wu Yuding's anxious voice came through. Where are you now? Lei Changtian cursed in his heart. What's wrong? You're getting more and more impudent. You don't even care about your father anymore, and you're the only one left. But he kept replying, Hey, I'm here. Where is this place again? Wu Yuding exploded on the phone. Where are you? Grumbling my ass. Hurry up and say it. Where did you take my son? Her voice was so loud that it was deafening. Lei Changtian subconsciously moved the phone away from his ear, and his face twisted even more. Cough, cough. Don't worry. But I just want to train him. I'm doing this for the sake of the child. Only by suffering the hardest can one rise above others. Lei Changtian said humbly. For his sake, my ass. Hurry up and tell me where he is. Where are the two of you now? He's here. Why are you dilly-dallying? Is the child not by your side? If he is, let him answer the phone. Her words hit the nail on the head, and there was no room for excuses. That child is not by my side now. Lei Changtian wanted to die, but he could only tell the truth. Where did he go? Once she heard that he was not by her side, Wu Yuding immediately became angry. Cough cough. He was taken away. But, daughter, don't worry. Even if I have to risk my life, I will. Lei Changtian was so anxious that he stuttered. Then, there was suddenly no sound from the other side of the phone. Lei Changtian's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. Daughter? Daughter? Rainy? Don't. A steady voice came from the other side of the phone. Your daughter has fainted. Now, you can tell me what you want to say. Chapter 1080. Boss. Lei Changtian instinctively lowered his head. Don't call me that. What happened? Be more specific. But, I. Lei Changtian was foaming at the mouth and his eyes were rolling around. Who took him? Zhuochanglu was anxious. Tell me the name. He was taken away by the flood witch. Lei Changtian said dejectedly. Well, he couldn't hide it anyway. The flood witch took him. Zhuochanglu's voice inexplicably softened. He said, Oh, it's not a big deal. Not a big deal? Lei Changtian was confused. Son-in-law, have you become so fat? Ahem. Boss is wise and powerful. The flood witch is nothing. Lei Changtian said flatteringly. Are you telling me where you are now? Hurry up and say it. Can you stop wasting my time? Zhuochanglu said resolutely. I'm in the UMNO alliance. You're really capable. You threw your daughter's son behind the UMNO alliance. What a big deal. Zhuochanglu's voice was cold. Well, you're a qualified grandfather. Boss, I was wrong. From now on, stay where you are and don't move. Did you hear me? Yes. I won't move. Pension? Yes. Lei Changtian instinctively stood at attention and didn't move. Then the phone was hung up. Lei Changtian stood in the air and didn't move. His mind was in a mess and he only felt that something was wrong. He was in a daze for a long time before he woke up. Zhuochangchang is my son-in-law. Why should I be afraid of him? How unruly. How can you yell at your father-in-law like that? Don't you know what it means to be respectful? You have no father, you are a traitor. I wish I could. He cursed under his breath as his eyes vigilantly scanned his surroundings, fearing that someone would suddenly appear beside him that his body was standing straight in the air. He remained motionless. Since boss said that they couldn't move, they couldn't move. Even if they were beaten to death, they couldn't move. Pension. Boss hadn't even called for a breather. After a short while, the space was torn apart. Zhuochanglu and Wu Yuding appeared in front of Lei Changtian. When Lei Changtian saw that face, he instinctively put his feet together, puffed out his chest, and raised his head. His voice was loud and clear. Hello, boss. Hello, sister-in-law. The corner of Zhuochanglu's mouth twitched. Wu Yuding was stunned. Dead. She was so angry that she stomped her feet. Can't you be more reasonable? Wu Yuding was really going crazy. What kind of father was I? Who would call their daughter sister-in-law? This was simply a bastard. Lei Changtian suddenly came to his senses. He nodded and bowed at Zhuochanglu with a flattering smile. Then, he looked at his daughter with a kind and guilty expression. Yuli. Wu Yuding's face was livid. Don't talk nonsense. Where is my son? Cough. Why don't you just tell me which way the flood went? That way. Then why aren't you chasing after her? Are you just standing here like a fool? Are you waiting for Xiao Duo to come back and find you? Lei Changtian felt wronged. I don't want to chase after her. No, I'm chasing after her. But boss ordered me to stand still and to stand at attention. Besides, if I were to chase after her, would the two of you be able to find me so quickly? There were thousands of thoughts in his mind, but he said, I'll chase after her right now. Let's go. Zhuo Chenglu took the lead and led the way. Lei Changtian and his daughter followed closely behind, paying close attention to the situation below. After flying for thousands of miles, Lei Changtian finally reacted. That's not right. His son-in-law and daughter didn't seem to be in a hurry. They were just looking for her leisurely. What was going on? I say, why are the two of you so careless with your own son? Lei Changtian acted like an elder and lectured his daughter. Can't you be faster? That's your son. As he spoke, he looked at Zhuo Chenglu's back with a guilty conscience. You're just putting on airs in front of me. Wu Yuding looked at her father in exasperation. Can't you be a little more mature? Which father-in-law doesn't put on airs in front of their son-in-law? Look at you, you can be so domineering and lawless in front of anyone, but you're terrified when you see your own son-in-law. Can't you give me some face? Can you straighten your back? Can't you be more arrogant? Lei Changtian's face and neck turned red. How can you talk to your father like that? Didn't I just ask you one question? He was his own son, yet he was so careless. What was going on? The two of you. How can you be a parent? Wu Yuding was enraged and said, if you didn't steal my son, would things have reached this stage? I haven't even settled this score with you, and now you're talking about me? Where's your face? Do you still want your old face? Lei Changtian muttered guiltily, that's that. I'm just afraid that you'll spoil the child. You don't have any experience in raising a child. Just like how you raised me? You call that experience? Wu Yuding said in a very nasty voice, is it a good thing for you to be a hands-off shopkeeper and leave your daughter to your brother? Do you want to give my son away too? Lei Changtian swallowed his saliva and stared at her for a long time before he said dryly, but aren't you very happy now? What the hell? Wu Yuding felt her break down double. She just wanted to rub her fists and put her strong impulse to beat her biological father into action. It was hard to stop. Lei Changtian knew his daughter very well. So, he changed his tone when he saw that the situation wasn't good. He said in a humble tone, but old Demon Hong has taken the child away. So, we have to save her as soon as possible. Wu Yuding snorted and said, if it was someone else who took him away, I might be worried. But the flood which took him away. I'm not bragging, but even if I lend Flood 100 guts, he won't dare to touch a single hair on my son. Lei Changtian opened his mouth wide and looked at his daughter with a face full of confusion. That bastard Flood dares to hurt Xiao Duo? Wu Yuding looked up and said arrogantly, not only does he not dare, but he also has to serve me well. He also has to give my son a lot of gifts and carefully flatter him. He might even guide my son in his cultivation and do his best. What the hell? Lei Changtian's mouth opened wider and wider. He was scared silly by his daughter. Daughter, take it easy. You're bragging a little too much. Flood is recognized as the #1 in the world. He's the most dangerous person in the world. Looking around, he reminded her in a low voice, we're in the UMNO alliance now. It's their territory. Looking at his daughter, the demon ancestor was really puzzled. In his impression, his daughter had always been a good girl. She never bragged. Why did she learn all this after following Zhuo Changcheng? If Zhuo Zhanglu or anyone else heard this, they would probably spit on his face. I don't know how your daughter got the nickname Rain Demon. How do you have the face to say something like, good girl? Which family's good girl can be called a demon? It's only because she followed me and was influenced by me that she became a good wife and mother. She helped her husband and taught her son. However, Lei Changtian still looked at his daughter from the corner of his eyes. He then looked at his son-in-law. His stomach was full of resentment. Flood doesn't dare to touch your son? I'm so scared of you. Where did you get your confidence from? Not only does he not dare to touch your son, but he also has to be served with good food and drinks? He also has to give your son a lot of gifts. And teach him martial arts. And I'm not looking down on you too. Even the two of you can't get the same treatment as the Flood Witch. Not to mention your son who's still wet behind the ears. You're really bragging to the heavens that, however, Lei Changtian thought about it and felt gratified. After all, he was the one who brought the child out and lost it. His daughter said this to lighten the burden in his heart. A daughter is still the best. A daughter is like a father's cotton jacket. Although she's fierce on the surface, she's still thinking about me in her heart. With this thought, Lei Changtian was so touched that he almost cried. The demon ancestor just followed the couple and flew forward. Even though he was scolded by his daughter until he had goosebumps, his heart was still very warm. He didn't refute a single word. His attitude of admitting his mistake was very good. My daughter is saving me. It's like when a child gets into trouble and is found at home, the parents always beat their child up first. Obviously, I've already beaten him up. You don't have to beat him up. This way, Zwa can calm down and won't find trouble with me for this matter. That at the end of the day, it's still better to have a daughter. Along the way, he unknowingly flew over 10,000 li. On the other side, Zwa Xiaoduo followed this Sire Shui and flew forward. Cough. Basically, it was Sire Shui who flew with him. With a whoosh, he tore through space and took a step forward with Zwa Xiaoduo. Zwa Xiaoduo's cultivation wasn't high enough, so he was far from being able to tear open space, let alone travel through it. However, he still knew the principle and difficulty of tearing open space. But because he knew, he couldn't help but become more confused. Were they going to the Sun-Moon Pass or in another direction? To Zwa Xiaoduo, tearing open space was an extraordinary method to travel. The so-called sense of direction was completely meaningless to him. After tearing open space 3 times in a row, the two were now in a snowy valley surrounded by towering mountains that had accumulated snow for God knows how many years. Little brother Zwa, today's journey together is also a kind of fate. Sire Shui placed his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "This old man doesn't have anything else to show. Only my cultivation is passable, so I'll be a little arrogant and spar with you." Chapter 1081. Thank you for your pointers, Sire Shui. Zwa Xiaoduo was even more certain that this old man was a hidden expert. This old man's cultivation was extraordinary, and now that he was willing to give him pointers, it was his great fortune. What was he waiting for? Who cares if he's from the UMNO Alliance or the Dao League? He had to improve himself first. It would probably take a long time for him to defeat such a powerful existence that now that he owed this favor, he just had to remember to repay it in the future. Senior Shui, please. Zwa Xiaoduo did not hesitate as he took out his kitty hammer. At this moment, he definitely couldn't hold back. If he took out his sword, what would he do if the other party gave him some pointers after the sparring session? After breaking through to the returning profound realm, he had yet to truly temper himself. During the battle with the demon race, aside from the short duration, his foundation was still unstable, and his state of mind was lacking. Although it couldn't be said that it didn't have any effect on strengthening his foundation, it wasn't much. But now, it was a rare opportunity for him to experience actual combat. He believed that the opponent before him could be on par with him for a long time. With the help of this opponent, he could thoroughly polish his strength. With a buzzing sound, the 2 hammers opened up, and 1 white and 1 black light surged in. At this moment, Sire Shui's eyes were filled with shock, and even a little. What's going on? The last time he saw this pair of hammers, they were clearly ordinary weapons. At most, they were made of unique materials and could be considered as killing weapons on the battlefield. But now, this pair of hammers already possessed an artifact spirit and had become a divine artifact. Furthermore, it wasn't just 1 artifact spirit, but 2. Furthermore, it wasn't just 2 ordinary artifact spirits, but 2 artifact spirits, 1 yin and 1 yang. This was clearly a peak Xiantian divine artifact. What's going on? What happened during this period of time that I don't know about? Zwa Xiaoduo held the hammer with both hands and split it to the left and right. Suddenly, 2 rays of light, 1 black and 1 white, circled around his body. In the blink of an eye, they formed a black and white circle of light. Before the twin hammers could truly be used in the form of moves, they had already shown the combination of yin and yang, and the aura of strength and gentleness. Even an almighty like Sire Shui couldn't help twitching his lips at the sight of this. What the hell that he's so monstrous that even I can't believe it. Come. Sire Shui no longer had his hands behind his back. Taking a deep breath, he slowly raised his hands with one palm in front of the other. As a precaution, he decided to raise his cultivation to the Skysoar realm first. After the previous battle, Sire Shui knew that he wouldn't be able to do anything to Su Tao if he was only at the same level as Su Tao. The battle had yet to begin, but Zuo could already feel a huge pressure coming at him. At this moment, he couldn't help roaring, "Hammer!" The hammer in his left hand moved slightly, drawing an extremely small arc, but the movement instantly caused a hurricane to follow, smashing over with the force of a thunderbolt. Hearing the word, hammer, Sire Shui's expression changed. Sire Shui's face changed once more as he bitterly smiled. It looked like this brat wanted to practice all the hammer arts after finding a free laborer like him? Starting from the hammer? But the hammer, all the way to the various hammers that Su Tao had practiced. Was he going to smash me over 10,000 times? Su Tao wasn't holding back at all. He was truly going to devour me without leaving any leeway. When the battle started, Zuo, who had just made his move, had already transformed into a whirlwind and rapidly soared into the sky. A sledgehammer, mixed with the power of lightning, brazenly descended. He was going all out. Sire Shui's gaze turned grave as he flipped his hand and sent out a silent palm that collided with the left hammer of the 9-9 kitty hammer. Boom! A muffled explosion resounded. The hammer, which had an astonishing momentum, was instantly extinguished. Zuo actually had a feeling of being unable to continue. The smooth inertia brought about by the hammer was actually broken. Zuo was overwhelmed with shock as he raised his head. His eyes were filled with shock. This was the first time that he had encountered such a situation. Someone was actually able to stop the momentum of the 9-9 kitty hammer with just a palm. But when his vision was blocked by the gigantic kitty hammer, Sire Shui's feet actually loosened a little and he was pushed back by an inch from the impact. Even Sire Shui couldn't help exclaiming in surprise. This brat's strength, although the attack of the left hammer was extinguished, Zuo's battle heart did not decrease. With a roar, the hammer in his right hand smashed down. This time, the might of this hammer was even more ferocious than the previous one. At this moment, the two of them were in a completely different state of mind. They were both shocked in their hearts. Zuo was shocked. His opponent's strength was only in the Skysoar realm, and he had fought plenty of people in the Skysoar realm. But this Sire Shui was actually able to receive his hammer with his bare hands. He was truly an extraordinary expert. Not only was his cultivation terrifying, but his technique was also extraordinary. When Zuo was in the God-reigning realm, he was already able to fight against Skysoar realm cultivators in White Mountain City. Back then, he had killed more than 1 or 2 Skysoar realm cultivators. Now that he had reached the Returnal Profound realm, he thought that killing Skysoar realm cultivators would be a piece of cake for him. He even thought that he could deal with Dao integration experts easily. But at this moment, his opponent was really able to receive his hammer with his bare hands. It was truly unimaginable. On the other hand, Sire Shui was shocked by Zuo's cultivation. Just the first hammer strike was enough to make Sire Shui feel that something was amiss. Or rather, it was unusual. It hadn't been that long since the last time he saw Zuo. Naturally, he felt that he knew Zuo's level very well. His evaluation of Zuo was based on the progress he made in his cultivation path at that time. Even his fighting skills were based on the growth of his strength at that time. Sire Shui's counterattack was partly due to his understanding of Zuo's moves, and partly due to the variations of Zuo's moves. His moves were bold and ferocious. However, the changes at this moment were as deep as the abyss, without any ripples. These were the different interpretations of the impermanence of water. It could be like the opening of the floodgates of the Yangtze River, unstoppable and unstoppable. It could also be like a clay ox entering the sea, indifferent and unperturbed. As for the first hammer strike just now, it seemed like it was still a hammer technique that he had created himself. He was able to deal with it as if it was his own arm and finger. However, the moment he truly came into contact with it, he was shocked to discover that there was a new change in the force within it. Initially, it was a tyrannical technique. But now, it was a combination of yin and yang. Water and fire came from the same source, and the sun and moon shone together. It was something that Sire Shui had never expected. Although it wasn't difficult for Sire Shui to deal with it, he still had to put in a little more effort to deal with it. At the same time, there was also some residual energy in his feet that caused him to retreat an inch. "You're pretty good." This Sire Shui was naturally the Flood Witch. Due to Zhou Xiaoduo's death-seeking actions, the entire Umno alliance was after Zhou Xiaoduo's life. It could be said that all parties were on the move, and they even used all sorts of methods to cut off communication between the Umno alliance and the outside world. This situation naturally made the Flood Witch feel uneasy. If this had happened before the appearance of the Crown Prince's Academy, even if Zhou Xiaoduo had the title of his godson, the Great Flood Witch would not have interfered with the Wizard Alliance's encirclement on the entire continent. Life and death were up to fate. Since you're here, then you have to bear the consequences. If you're really killed, then it can only be attributed to your bad luck and strength. On the other hand, if others were killed by you, then it's just the survival of the fittest on the battlefield. There's nothing much to say, and no one has to be your nanny. However, ever since the incident at the Crown Prince's Learning Palace, the Flood Witch's thinking had undergone a fundamental change. An invincible enemy was about to return, and the three continents were so weak to the bones. How could they resist the enemy? As of now, the plan to raise venomous insects at the border was already the limit. It would be of limited use in the upcoming war. The Umno alliance was surrounding Zhou Xiaoduo, but they were restricted by the token of gratitude. The Flood Witch could imagine how tragic this encirclement would be. The Flood Witch knew better than anyone how strong her godson's cultivation was. With that kid's attainments in the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer, his strength that was hundreds of times stronger than others, and his stamina that was close to tireless. The Flood Witch clearly understood that even if they could successfully kill Zhou Xiaoduo in this battle, the Umno Alliance's losses would be disastrous. Perhaps half of the Umno Alliance's outstanding warriors, God Reigning and Gui Xian, would be killed by Zhou Xiaoduo alone, or maybe even more. This wasn't something that was impossible, but rather something that was almost certain to happen. At this time, suddenly losing so many backup forces was simply a stupid thing to do. Especially after the ice abyss which came out of the demon forest, the first thing she did was to call the Flood Witch. Boss, I'll tell you a piece of good news. You'll definitely want to hear it. Spit it out. Your godson, while being chased by us, has already broken through to the Gui Xian realm. He's not at a disadvantage against the Sky Realm and Peak Sky Realm cultivators. He's really good. That pair of hammers is really satisfying. He smashed out an 8-lane highway paved with blood alone in the demon forest. It's more than 1,000 kilometers long. Hearing this explosive news, the Flood Witch didn't know how to feel for a moment. Chapter 1082. The Deep Ice Shaman was still blabbering on, like father, like son. Although your adopted son isn't related to you by blood, the hammer technique he learned from you is really good. Not to mention that ordinary Skysoar realm cultivators won't be able to withstand a few strikes from his hammer, even Dao integration stage cultivators would be able to contend against him. Unfortunately, it would be great if that kid was your biological son. The Flood Witch didn't say anything else and hung up the phone. Nothing good comes out of that icy witch's mouth. She should have hung up the phone as soon as he finished talking. If she really allowed him to continue, who knows what nonsense he would say that just at the end of his speech, he had already started to spout nonsense that however, this phone call also made the Flood Witch realize that the pursuit couldn't continue. Zhou Xiaoduo had already broken through to the profound returning realm. Not only were ordinary Skysoars no match for him, but even peak Skysoars were gradually becoming helpless against him. This was the evaluation given by Bing Ming. With Bing Ming's eyesight, even if it was biased, it should not be too far off. Zhuoxiaoduo's own comprehensive combat strength should be calculated according to the real combat strength of a sky fairy, or even the combat strength of a super genius sky fairy above the middle stage. Facing such a freak with such overall combat strength, if they still followed the rules of the token of gratitude and made the UMNO Alliance's profound returning incineration orders self-detonate one by one, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths in vain, and it would be impossible to kill the target. The Flood, which naturally wouldn't forget that kid's spatial extermination pagoda, which she had personally enhanced. Considering all the above factors, it could be said that this kid was already in an invincible position after breaking through to the next realm. Thus, the pursuit couldn't continue. In view of this, the Flood, which had no choice but to rush over as quickly as possible. It would be better to release this divine beast as soon as possible and not show off here. With his ability, it would be too easy for him to find Zhuoxiaoduo with the premise of knowing Zhuoxiaoduo's current location. That was why he had stopped Zhuoxiaoduo in the wilderness and brought Zhuoxiaoduo away with a few words. As for Lei Changtian, who was chasing after her in the air, the Flood, which didn't care about him at all. Lei Changtian was no less powerful than Poison and the other senior magi, but compared with the Flood, who had just made a breakthrough in her cultivation, he was far weaker than her. Even if he went all out and self-destructed, it would be difficult to pose much of a threat to the Flood, a mere ant is not worth my attention. The Flood, which was very disdainful. If it weren't for the sake of your daughter, son-in-law, and grandson, I would have directly turned you into dumpling fillings with my hammer. You're a top expert of the human clan in the astral souls. How dare you come to the interior of the UMNO Alliance? Isn't that a provocation? I'm already giving you enough face by not killing you. She casually shattered the space and blocked the guy outside. Then she tore the space 3 more times and brought Zhuoxiaoduo to this unusually hidden place. I'm here to train him, learn from each other, and give him some pointers. Then I'll send this little scourge back to the continent in the astral souls. If you want to make trouble in the future, you'd better go to the Tao League. Anyway, I don't expect the Tao League to do anything in the war against the demon clan. You can go there even if you destroy everything. However, when she really fought with Zhuoxiaoduo, the Flood, which was immediately shocked. This guy's moves and methods were still the same as her own. There weren't many changes. He had already reached the point where he was extremely familiar with it and could use it at his fingertips. However, it was not surprising that this only required the accumulation of time and effort. However, the feeling in the bones of his moves and routines was unexpected. The Flood, which vaguely felt that it was actually something very useful and valuable to her. It seemed that the way he used his strange power, or was it the direction that she had been looking for but couldn't find? This perception made the Flood, which immediately stack up his spirit. Her pair of flesh palms flew up and down. She stood straight and didn't retreat an inch. She fought with Zhuoxiaoduo. Quietly and without any ripples. That's right, quietly and without any ripples. In order to hide her identity, the Flood, which had already made up her mind to change her usual moves. Her attacking style was also very different from before. Now that she was fighting with Zhuoxiaoduo, she was purely focusing on neutralizing the opponent's attacks. In any case, the Flood, which knew all of Zhuoxiaoduo's moves, routines, and subsequent changes. Thus, she could naturally know all of them and take the lead. They had only exchanged a few moves, but Zhuoxiaoduo was already full of admiration for him, to the point of prostrating himself on the ground. He was really convinced. The cultivation and strength of this Sire Shui in front of him had directly refreshed his understanding of martial arts. There was actually such an expert in this world. Using his palms to fight against a divine artifact, the strength that Sire Shui displayed was only 1 level higher than him. It was simply unimaginable. Zhuoxiaoduo couldn't even imagine the strength of his cat's hammer. With Bai Bai and Jiao's support, the strength of each hammer was at least a few million caddies. If he used his full strength, even a force of a few million caddies wouldn't be a problem. However, the other party's palms were clashing head-on with each hammer. He didn't even take half a step back. On the contrary, the recoil caused his hands to feel numb. How could Duo know that the Great Flood Shaman's current technique was already used to eliminate and redirect the opponent's strength as much as possible? It was only a small portion of the strength that was reflected back. If it was purely a clash of strength, the strong would win and the weak would lose. Duo's situation would only be more bleak. What made Duo even more surprised was that Sire Shui was giving pointers as they fought. Your hammering skills are pretty good, but I'm afraid that you're taking things for granted when you're using the hammer. That's why your movements are too smooth. Isn't it good to be smooth? Duo panted as he asked in astonishment. There's naturally no problem with flowing like clouds and flowing water. However, the execution of the moves needs to be adapted to local conditions. It doesn't have to be flowing like clouds and flowing water. Instead, it has to be compatible with the current situation. In your current situation, you lack a kind of momentum. The momentum that every hammer should have. The Great Witch of Flood's voice was clearly transmitted to Duo's ears even in the midst of the muffled sounds of the collision. Every hammer strike must have power. What kind of momentum is this? This kind of momentum means that every hammer strike has its own independent rhythm. It's mixed with a unique comprehension and a deterrence to the enemy. Before the hammer strikes, the momentum is already heaven-shaking. The next hammer strike will definitely exterminate life. Putting it in the simplest terms, it's that when you fight now, others will only say that your hammering technique is formidable and domineering. Have they ever said that one of your hammering techniques is formidable, sharp, and unshakable? So, do you understand? A hammering technique is different from a single hammer strike. At this moment, there was no one around, so the Flood Witch no longer had any scruples. She casually gave pointers and imparted everything that she had learned in her life. I understand a little. Well, you have to know that every hammer strike has its own style and charm. There's no conflict. Even if you deliberately leave a gap, as long as the momentum of the hammer is still there, the power is still there. It's still difficult for the enemy to use this gap to attack you, because it's not a flaw in the bones, but a trap. It's like flowing water. Hundreds of rivers converge and surges forward. How can the destructive power be stronger? The follow-up force must be strong enough. In that case, the destructive power is the strongest in potholes. If the whole journey is a flat plain, then no matter how huge the flash flood is, other than the initial outburst, it will inevitably follow the path obediently and rush into the sea. It will be difficult to cause more damage along the way. On the other hand, if the surging water suddenly encounters a certain obstacle, it will show a situation of rolling up thousands of feet of snow. It will then flow in all directions and destroy everything around it. When the water flows under the bridge will be fine. But if there is an obstacle in front of the bridge, like a dam, even the strongest bridge will not be able to withstand the continuous fierce impact of the water. This is the reason. So, although your current hammer technique can be said to have reached a higher level, but you are too rigid in the way of the moves. You blindly pursue the fluidity of the clouds and flowing water. Great skills do not work, great skills appear clumsy. The starting point of using a sledgehammer is to lift something heavy as if it's light, but it doesn't mean that it's impossible to lift something light as if it's heavy, or even heavier. Don't stop at the surface because of rigidity. The conversion of yin and yang doesn't need to be too deliberate. It's best to follow the heart and adapt to local conditions. The Flood Witch's every comment could be said to be a detailed explanation. Duo instantly understood. After listening to the advice, Duo felt that he had an epiphany. It was better than 3 to 5 years of practicing the hammering technique behind closed doors. Well, 3 to 5 years here was calculated by converting the time in the outside world into the time in the Tower of Annihilation. In other words, if Duo experienced the enlightenment of the Flood Witch by himself, it would take him at least 100 years. This was also the most direct manifestation of having an elder in the family who passed on his own enlightenment to the younger generation. Then she let Duo perform it over and over again and continued to find faults. This set of hammering technique alone made Duo perform it over and over again for more than 10 times. Then he finally retreated. With sincere gratification and rejoicing in his eyes, he said in a low voice, "Okay, next set." At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo deeply felt that he had gained a lot. Probably only in the face of such a person at the peak of martial arts could he calmly compete with his own hammering technique and at the same time find his own shortcomings from the minute details. The gains from this battle and the advice this time were enough for Zhuo Xiaoduo to benefit for the rest of his life. Chapter 1083. Through this battle, many bad habits that he didn't pay much attention to or didn't notice during the battle were pointed out one by one, and they were strictly monitored and corrected. Even Zhuo Changlu couldn't do this, because Zhuo Changlu was good at using knives, not hammers. They were completely different from each other. No matter how well Zhuo Changlu understood the changes in the Flood Witch's Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer, he couldn't be as observant, insightful, and thorough as the creator of the Flood Witch. Compared to Zhuo Xiaoduo, the Flood Witch found that he also gained a lot from this battle, which was better than his 1,000 years of closed-door training. During the battle, he used Zhuo Xiaoduo as a mirror to reflect some of the subtle flaws in his hammering. Through careful analysis, he found that even though he had been immersed in the hammering technique for countless years, there were also some small habits that belonged to him, and many deviations and flaws that couldn't be said to be mistakes, but were natural habits. He even understood why in the past battles, when he thought that he had forced his opponent into a corner, his opponent was able to move beyond his imagination and escape from a sure kill attack. It turned out that there was a loophole in his killer move itself. For an old opponent of the same level, such a flaw could not only allow him to escape unscathed, but he could also take advantage of it to kill his opponent. Fortunately, the cultivation of that guy was always lower than him, and he always had scruples in his heart, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, his title of being invincible and #1 in the world would have changed. Now, with the help of this battle, he found out all of his flaws. When he went back in the future, he would definitely change it, all of it. Perhaps through this change, he could let someone know that he deserved the title of being invincible, and that the #1 in the world was not so easy to replace. And this gain was all thanks to Zhuo Xiaoduo's understanding and execution of the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer, which had reached the peak. Otherwise, for the Flood Witch, she would never have the feeling that she could use someone else's help to improve her skills. As for going into seclusion for 100 years, it was not an exaggeration. After all, experts at their level would casually go into seclusion for 100 years. In terms of the benefits of this battle, saying that Yu Sheng went into seclusion for 1,000 years was a more polite way of saying. Because of his own illness, he was the one who was the hardest to detect. The battle between the two continued. The power of Zhuo Xiaoduo's hammering was getting stronger and stronger, and it was becoming more and more intimidating. Hammer, 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 hammer. Hammer of 1,000 souls. When it came to the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer, Great Shaman Hong gradually raised his cultivation to the mid-Skysoar realm, nearing the high Skysoar realm. Only then was he able to withstand the hammer. But as the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer let out a shrill howl that sounded like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of gods, the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer fell. The Flood Witch only received the first 3 moves before she suddenly retreated. Her eyes suddenly widened as she said, "Your hammering technique. Why is the direction of your strength so strange? What are you thinking?" The abrupt end of this round of battle caused Zhuo Xiaoduo to wake up from his state of enlightenment. After thinking about it, he suddenly felt enlightened. Every time he used the 1,000 Souls Hammer, he would be using all of his strength. At that time, due to Bai and Jiao's yin and yang energy, the yin-yang hammer's circulation path would unconsciously overlap with the 1,000 Souls Hammer's water and fire paths. This was tantamount to the combination of water, fire, yin and yang, the 4 poles flowing together. One hammer surged with monstrous waves, the scorching sun illuminated everything. One hammer burned the heavens, the rain fell incessantly. One hammer was the great path of yang, and one hammer was the netherworld. Because of this, it was naturally different from the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer's inherent circulation path. Although the moves were still the same as the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammers, the power in the bones was vastly different. One hammer was as heavy as a mountain, capable of smashing a person into meat paste, while the other was so light that it would make a person vomit blood. Furthermore, the heavy hammer could be as fierce as fire or as cold as ice, while the light hammer could be as soft as water or as warm as fire. Senior's eyes are like torches. Just now, I fused another hammering technique that I've just comprehended into the previous one, because I felt that the fusion of the two would be beneficial, so. Another hammering technique? Is it another power that's different from the combination of fire and water? Senior's eyes are correct. It's a power that combines yin and yang. I call it the yin-yang hammer technique. Yin-yang hammer technique. The flood which frowned and pondered. It wasn't that Zhuxiaoduo's battle prowess had shocked him. In fact, Zhuxiaoduo's usage of the hammer was very crude in terms of technique. Calling him a novice was already giving him too much credit. With his current cultivation level, using such a hammer technique would at most create an element of surprise in the face of a strong enemy, and even have a chance to save his life. In terms of lethality, destructive power, and combat power, it was far inferior to the pure Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. The so-called Four Poles Parallel Flow was just a preliminary creation. It was far from being at the level where he could control it as he wished. Naturally, it couldn't be compared with the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer, which had been refined and perfected long ago. However, the Flood, which was an expert, whether it was in terms of eyesight, knowledge, or experience, he was keenly aware that he was much better than the others. Although this hammering technique was just a preliminary creation, its concept was far superior to his original combination of fire and water. It was absolutely extraordinary. If he could comprehend it thoroughly, the power of the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer would be doubled, or even many times. This was an absolutely genius idea. It was an unprecedented and astonishing creation. Again, the Great Flood which exhorted, "It's better to use this method to your heart's content and let me have a good look." After a full hour and a half. During this hour and a half, the Flood which didn't say a word. He didn't give any advice. Instead, he focused on fighting Zhuxiaoduo. He even increased his strength as the battle progressed. In the end, his cultivation had reached the peak of the Skysoar realm. With his bare hands, he completely suppressed Zhuxiaoduo's 99 kitty hammer. At this point, the battle was no longer as silent as before. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the battle grew louder and louder. It was becoming more and more earth-shattering. The Flood which wanted to see how powerful Zhuxiaoduo's Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer was. He changed his previous strategy of eliminating and dispelling. He no longer suppressed the impact of the hammer on the surroundings. This was because he wanted to observe and confirm the various changes caused by the refraction of the hammer's power. This caused avalanches to occur continuously in the surroundings, causing the mountains to collapse one after another. The so-called earth-shattering and mountains collapsing was nothing more than this. Zhuqianglu's group of three flew at a leisurely pace. After knowing that it was the Flood which who took his son away, he naturally wasn't worried. After all, his son was also the Flood witch's godson. Perhaps the Flood which dared to kill anyone in this world. It wouldn't be strange if he killed the two of them. However, when it came to his godson, that he didn't dare to kill this old man. He couldn't bear to. On the other hand, Wu Yuding had cried her eyes out all the way. She hung her head low the whole time, and was constantly shrouded in an atmosphere of shame. As time passed, Wu Yuding's words became more and more impolite. "Dad, as your daughter, I really don't want to scold you, but how old are you? How could you do such a thing? Even if it was Nanjing Qian or Yudongtan, I would still say a few words. Are you still a child? How could you be so insensible? But to think that you're the one who did it. This is too. Tell us what you've done. We understand that you want to train your son. Not only do we understand, we even support you. But can't you tell us first? We're not here? Is our absence a reason? You can tell Yun Zhonghu, Yu Xingchen, or even Xiao Duo's teacher or his roommate. We won't say anything. But you just picked him up and disappeared without a trace. What's the difference between that and a kidnapper? After you took the child out and saw that things were getting out of control, when the poisonous witch appeared, why didn't you remember to call back? Is the UMNO Alliance's telecommunication blackout an excuse? Don't you know how to frighten people? As long as you came, would we not be able to sense it? Are you stupid? Afraid? What are you afraid of? You know that things are out of control, or at least you can't handle it, but you're still thinking about your own matters. Are you afraid that we'll beat you up, or what? You're an old man after all. You're just thinking about your own face. What if you kill your grandson for your own face? What will you do? What will I do? Why are you becoming more and more unruly as you get older? Can't you be more careful? Can't you be more hot-headed? Did anything good happen when you were hot-headed? Tell me what you've been doing all these years. Wu Yuding scolded him all the way. The more she scolded him, the angrier she became. Zhuo Chenglu couldn't bear it anymore as he listened in the front. He's your father, okay? Look at your attitude. You're like a third wife who tames her son. Okay, stop talking. Second brother is just being kind. Zhuo Chenglu frowned and tried to persuade her. Besides, the child is fine, isn't he? Lei Zhangtian's heart was getting more and more confused. Were these two crazy? I've already told you that your child was taken away by the flood witch. This is the biggest thing in the world, right? You call this fine? You've been in seclusion for a few months, and you've damaged your brain? Wu Yuding completely exploded. What does it have to do with you? Why are you jumping out to be the good guy? Second brother? Who's your second brother? This is my father. Your father-in-law. How can you call him that? Call him father. Zhuo Chenglu looked helpless. He could only turn to Lei Changtian. Father. Lei Changtian was shocked when he heard that. He jumped away nimbly like a monkey and shook his hands. His face was pale. Don't. Eldest brother. You don't deserve it. I really don't deserve it. Chapter 1084. You don't dare. Wu Yuding's face turned even darker. It was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Why don't you dare to? Why don't you dare to? Your daughter has become his wife. This is your son-in-law. Your son-in-law. Your son-in-law. Why don't you dare to call you dad? Tell me, do you want to cut off our father-daughter relationship? How can that be? That can't be, that can't be. Wherever you go, you'll always be my daughter, my biological daughter. Wu Yuding was about to break down. She grabbed her hair. What do you want? Who else in the world is like us? She really broke down. It was too difficult for her. She was full of anger. Do you want Xiao Duo and Xiao Nian to call you uncle in the future? That won't do. Lei Changtian was still very insistent on this. They have to call me grandpa. He's your son. How can he call me uncle? Now you know you can't call me uncle. What else are you afraid of? I'll slowly get used to it. You've been used to it for tens of thousands of years. How do you want to get used to it? Don't worry. Take it slow. It's just a problem with my mentality. I need time to change. My dad. Wu Yuding grabbed her hair and her face twisted. After a long while, she finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. You're so old. Why are you so useless? Lei Changtian looked embarrassed. I'm useless? He looked up at Zhuo Chenglu and saw that Zhuo Chenglu was looking away. He couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. Inexplicably, he felt resentful. I'm useless. Do you think I'm willing to be useless? I've been beaten by this guy since I was young. When you two got married, I had been beaten hundreds of thousands of times by him. The habit of being beaten hundreds of thousands of times, is this something that can be changed by marrying a daughter? I can't do anything about it. I'm also helpless. I wanted to pat him on the shoulder and say with a smile, son-in-law, aha, my son-in-law. Pour me a glass of water. But I didn't dare. I was afraid that it had already become a habit. Ahada Wu Yuding covered her face. Why am I living in such a family? Why is my life so bitter? Lei Changtian coughed and said embarrassedly, don't talk nonsense. Our family is definitely at the top, the pinnacle of this world. Among the 3 tycoons of the family, who can be more prominent than our family? Including Huzi and Yun Duo, there will be 5 giants. Plus Xiao Duo and Xiao Nian, There will be 7 giants. What's wrong with my family? Why is your life so hard? Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. Lei Changtan stole a glance at Zhuo Changlu and said, If the boss marries a concubine in the future, she will be one of the 8 giants. Marry a concubine? Wu Yuding's pretty face was completely distorted. She forgot everything and grabbed her father's ear. She said fiercely, Do you know what you are talking about? Do you know what you are talking about? Concubine. I'll let you be my concubine. This sentence touched Wu Yuding's reverse scale. Lei Changtian bent his waist and tilted his head. Daughter. His angry daughter pulled him by the ear and flew all the way to Wu Yuding flew and asked Zhuo Changlu, Dad just said that you want to marry a concubine? Zhuo Zhanglu was startled. Where did I get it? You must have thought about it. Otherwise, why would my dad say that? He is the one who understands you the most in this world. I didn't. Don't think too much. I really didn't. You didn't. She didn't look for you for so many years because she was waiting for you. She has been waiting for you. Lei Changtian's ear was pulled. Suddenly, he didn't feel the pain anymore. A strong feeling of schadenfreude arose spontaneously. At this moment, he even felt a little happy. Ha! You old pervert. You seduced my daughter. Humph, my daughter's temper isn't something that you, Elder Zhuo, can control. How about now? Look at how embarrassed you are after being scolded. Ha! This really makes me feel good. Lei Changtian was flying with his head tilted and his ear pulled. He thought happily in his heart that at this moment Zhuo Changlu suddenly stopped. He looked in a certain direction and said, Over there. Over there? Wu Yuding looked in the direction and released her divine sense. However, there was still a considerable gap between her cultivation and Zhuo Changlu's, so she didn't find anything for the time being. She naturally believed in her husband's senses. Without hesitation, she continued to release her divine sense while moving in the direction her husband pointed. She strengthened her senses and walked for another 500 miles. Finally, she vaguely sensed something very far away. There was a faint rumbling sound, but it was too far away and almost inaudible. Wu Yuding said excitedly, Found it. Lei Changtian couldn't help but look at his daughter and son-in-law. Although they went into seclusion on the same day and came out of seclusion on the same day, there was still a big gap between his daughter and his son-in-law. But why didn't he feel anything until now? Could it be that he had taken a step back from the 4th to the 5th? Well, being surpassed by his own daughter was a joyous occasion. He should have a big toast. He couldn't bear any grudges. He shouldn't have any grudges. With the direction fixed, the 3 of them moved faster. Soon, Zhuo Changlu, who took the lead, led the 2 of them to the boundary of the ice and snow wilderness. As they went deeper and deeper, the rumbling sound became clearer and more intense. Gradually, the feedback of the ground shaking became more and more obvious. We've found the whereabouts of the child. No need to rush. Zhuo Changlu turned around and winked. He took the lead and disappeared into the void without leaving a trace. Wu Yuding and Lei Changtian followed suit and moved forward cautiously. Finally, they approached the hidden valley surrounded by mountains and snow all year round. Then the 3 of them widened their eyes because of what they saw. Wu Yuding and Zhuo Changlu were already mentally prepared, so they didn't feel anything. However, Lei Changtian felt that he had seen a scene that completely overturned his worldview and could directly make him collapse. Even though he was invisible in the void, he still felt that his eyeballs suddenly protruded out of their sockets. Fuck! In the field below, 2 figures were crazily fighting each other. They were fighting each other head-on. On the other hand, one of them was brandishing 2 huge hammers in a domineering manner. He was like a falcon swooping down like a rabbit, stirring up wind and snow that filled the sky, causing the mountains to crumble and the earth to crack. Who else could it be other than his good grandson, Zhuo Xiaoduo? The other one was standing straight like a lofty mountain. He countered every move that came his way. No matter how strong the wind and waves were, he would not move. He was the flood which, the most powerful person in the Umno Alliance and the most powerful person in the world. Zhuo Xiaoduo's continuous attacks were like a gale, a raging fire, a sea wave, a volcanic eruption, a huge wave, a big sun in the sky, and 100 ghosts walking at night. In short, they were crazily pouncing on him, wave after wave, pouncing on him, and pouncing on him. Then he was beaten back again and again, forced back, forced back, forced back in all sorts of ways. That if that was all, Lei Changtian would not be surprised at all. There was no need to mention the shock. Who was the Flood Witch? She was recognized as invincible in this world, the most powerful person in the world. At this moment, this bastard was just in the mood to play a game of cat and mouse. With Zhuoxiaoduo's shallow cultivation, as long as it was a heavenly king stage cultivator, it would be easy to play with him. What was there to be surprised about? But that after listening to the Flood Witch's words, Lei Changtian could not remain calm. Your hammering technique is becoming more and more refined the more you use it. It seems to have formed its own style and is rather impressive. However, you have only just grasped the power of yin and yang. As for the profoundness within it, especially the connection between the two powers that complement each other and coexist, there are still many problems that you need to solve. If you encounter an expert, you may be able to catch him off guard. However, if the stalemate continues for a long time, the opponent will easily discover your weakness. As long as they aim for the subtle moment when the yin and yang are connected and switch between your hammering technique, you will be unable to resist and will be in danger. For example, like this. When Zhuoxiaoduo attacked again, the Flood Witch suddenly moved and rushed forward at lightning speed. Her two hands hit Zhuoxiaoduo's chest with a bang. At this moment, Zhuoxiaoduo's yin and yang transformation was about to be completed. The two giant hammers rotated without any gap between them. However, it didn't mean that there was no gap between the hammers. In the eyes of those with good eyesight, this little gap was enough to change the outcome of the battle. The Flood Witch's palms touched Zhuoxiaoduo's chest and retreated. Do you understand? Once the enemy takes the opportunity to attack, you will be in danger. Therefore, don't use this method against the enemy for the time being when you're not confident. Usually, only use your hammer technique. As for this technique, you still need to study it carefully. Even if you're in a dangerous situation, try to use it as little as possible. It can be used to win by surprise, but it can't be used as a weapon to defeat the enemy and win a prolonged battle. There's another thing. The power of yin and yang you're using now is too superficial. You have to pay attention to the fact that the true power of yin and yang doesn't come from your hands or your dantian. It comes from your heart, from your mind. That is the true power of yin and yang. However, with your current cultivation, you're unable to achieve the true seamless conversion of yin and yang. That's only natural. You still need to improve. Once you reach the Skysoar realm, you'll be able to use it more smoothly. That's because the Skysoar realm is akin to becoming an immortal. In other words, you've completely broken away from the realm of mortals and become an immortal. There won't be any impurities in your body, and you'll be able to use it as you wish. Moreover, once you reach the Skysoar realm, you'll truly understand what yin and yang are. Or rather, you'll understand what a human is and what a ghost is. Only then will you truly understand the mystery behind it. You have to remember that when you don't have the strength, the so-called techniques are nothing but a fart. It doesn't matter how grand they are, whether it's the fiery sun divine technique, the number of levels of the divine technique, the yin and yang energy, or the origin of fire and water. When your strength hasn't reached a certain level, these so-called techniques are nothing but a fart. They're worthless. Teaching. The Flood Witch was actually teaching. Moreover, she was teaching in such detail. Lei Zhangtian suddenly felt that his worldview had completely collapsed. His entire consciousness was in a mess in an instant. Chapter 1085. The Flood Witch continued, You've probably heard many people say that at a certain point, techniques are no longer important. All that's left in the world is strength, and whoever is stronger will be awesome. Am I right? Zhuoxiaoduo nodded. Indeed, he was not the only one who had said such words. I'll tell you now. Those people are all bullshit. Bullshit. The Flood Witch sneered. Why are techniques no longer techniques? Why are they no longer important? At the very least, there's a prerequisite. That is, You have to be familiar with and understand all the techniques. You have to be able to use them anytime, anywhere, at your fingertips. Only after you've reached such a level will techniques no longer be important. In other words, it's only because you're too familiar with the techniques and have grasped all the techniques. That's why. Remember, only those who are extremely familiar with the techniques are qualified to say such words. The prerequisite is that you know all the techniques. That's a necessary condition. If you dare to say that techniques are not important when you're not familiar with any of the techniques, you're a joke. Do you understand now? If you really dare to say that techniques are not important, it's only because you've grasped them too well that they're not important. It's just like those rich people on the world's billionaires list who say that money is just a number to them. It's the same principle. If you're in the Skysoar realm and you're facing a soul transformation realm cultivator, you naturally won't need to use any techniques. If you still need to use techniques at that time, you'll be too stupid. But if you're in the Skysoar realm and you're facing a Tao integration realm cultivator, why don't you try using techniques? If two people are at the peak of their cultivation and understand each other's techniques like the back of their hands, techniques will no longer be important. Whoever uses techniques will end up making a fool of themselves. But that's a realm that even I'm far from reaching. Do you understand now? Skills, to you, will be useful for a very, very long time. The Great Flood, which turned a very simple thing over and over again and crushed it into pieces to instill it into them. That was because he knew that there were too many principles in the world, and many of them were very reasonable. At Zhuxiaoduo's age, he was the easiest to be influenced and misled by others. Once he was misled, he would not be able to return to the righteous path for many years. Logic had to be combined with reality. Some words of wisdom were worse than bullshit in certain circumstances. Therefore, he had to plant a seed that no one could shake. Zhuxiaoduo nodded slowly. There were some words, some things, and some principles that could only be understood after experiencing them personally. He had heard Qin Fangyang, Wen Xingtian, and the others talk about some of these principles before. Although they were not the same and the differences were huge, those principles were always the same. Generally speaking, the Great Tao was one and all paths led to the same destination. But before this, he had never had so many insights and such deep understanding. Only now, every sentence was like a morning bell that struck the depths of his heart and was engraved in his heart. Got it? Got it. Someone should have told you this before, right? Yes, I did. At that time, I thought that I had remembered it and understood it. Now that I think about it, I didn't really remember it. The Flood Witch chuckled and said, "So, there are some words that have different effects when spoken by people of different status. The higher the status, the easier it is for people to think and remember it. When you speak, it will be famous words of wisdom. If your status is low, even if you speak a famous word of wisdom, others will just take it as a fart. So, a man born in the world should be a man of his word. What is a man of his word?" The Flood Witch laughed and said, "When you are in a high position, if you fart, there will be people below who will write articles to analyze how much truth your fart contains. And what kind of profound thinking can be represented by a fart?" Zhuxiaoduo's head was sweating. These words were really vulgar, but the truth was not. Especially, "I really like it," Zhuxiaoduo thought to himself. He couldn't help but think of some people who specialized in calligraphy in society, but they didn't have any social status, so their calligraphy was naturally worthless. At most, they would be respectfully called a teacher if they practiced for a lifetime. On the other hand, those who had some social status, especially those who had reached a certain level of official, would still be willing to spend a lot of money to buy and openly hang their calligraphy on the wall even if their calligraphy was like a dog's crawl. Whether it was bought or sold, they were not ashamed but proud of it. Cough, cough. It seems that I have gone too far. Your current hammering technique is still only at the level of a bottle of vinegar. The Flood Witch lectured, "This isn't measured by proficiency or proficiency. It's probably because you haven't reached the realm of ascension or unification, so it's difficult for you to use all kinds of power and be really proficient in it. Try not to use it against a strong enemy. Even if you have to use it occasionally, it's the limit. It can be used as a surprise attack or as a trump card, But don't use it too often in front of people, or it will easily be coveted by people with ulterior motives. In the future, when the demons return, you must not use this hammering technique when fighting against monsters with more than 2 hands. Unless you are above the all-heaven realm. Otherwise, if you encounter the demon gods of the demon race and use this kind of impure power, you will be courting death. The Flood Witch thought for a while and said with a heavy tone, "Remember." Zhuxiaoduo's heart trembled. This senior's strength was so high that she was obviously at the top of the world. If she still gave such a warning, then there was definitely a reason. He immediately remembered it in his heart. When fighting against the demons in the future, he would never use impure power. Then, the two of them continued to fight, but in a different way. The Flood Witch began to let Zhuxiaoduo break down all the hammering techniques that he had practiced and break them down, one by one. Just one move. Use all your strength and don't have any thoughts of using the next move. Pour your most ferocious strength into this move, and then stop it. Then she analyzed each move one by one and pointed out the key points, the essence, and the shortcomings of each move. Even Zhuo Chenglu and Wu Yuding, who were hiding in the dark, were impressed and touched by her patience. Even her biological father would not be as patient, let alone her godfather. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed that the Flood Witch was so patient. As for Lei Changtian, he was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Why can't I understand? The Flood. Is this old guy crazy? When I taught my daughter, I boasted that I was very attentive. But compared with this guy, I'm nothing. What's wrong with this old guy? For a moment, Lei Changtian was suddenly confused. He felt that he could not understand this world anymore. Puma, where am I? What am I doing? What did I see? Why is this happening? For a moment, his mind was in a muddle. He was really depressed by the things that happened in the past 2 days after a long, long time. The Flood Witch finally finished teaching, but she was not tired at all. Instead, she was extremely happy. Zhuxiaoduo's comprehension ability, his ability to draw inferences from one case, every one of them made the great Flood Shaman extremely satisfied, and what made him even more satisfied was that this brat was extremely energetic to the extreme, with almost no need for rest in terms of physical strength and endurance, which made the great Flood Shaman gasp in amazement. Because this was something that even the great Flood Witch didn't possess when he was this old, and he was far from being able to do it. Looking at Zhuxiaoduo, the Flood Witch faintly felt that this kid would definitely go further on the road of martial arts than she did. This was the most gratifying thing. It was the excitement and glory of the greatest legend that shocked both ancient and modern times is born right in front of my eyes. In particular, she was the biggest contributor to the formation of this legend. His glory included her part, and it was the eternal glory of eternity. I'm not alone anymore. I have a successor. This feeling could be said to be the most personal feeling of Great Flood Witch. With today's teaching, the Flood Witch felt that even if she died on the battlefield in the battle against the demon clan, she would have no regrets in her life. Because Zhuxiaoduo would definitely fulfill her biggest wish in her life. He heaved a long sigh of relief, turned his head and said casually, "Since you're here, how long are you going to stare?" The Great Witch of the Great Flood said sternly, "The old Shui is teaching a fated person. There is no need to keep it a secret, but there is also no need for people to know. But sneaking around like this, are you looking down on the old Shui? Come out." In his voice, he emphasized the 2 words Shui Mao in an especially serious manner, and his pronunciation was exceptionally clear. He said the word twice in a row, and his tone was heavier each time. Zhuxiaoduo was immersed in a comfortable state of mind and body. Today's unique battle teaching had caused him to sink into an atmosphere of enlightenment and enlightenment. Too many difficult martial arts questions that he couldn't figure out before were all solved today. This beating was really worth it. Ever since he embarked on the path of cultivation, it was common for him to be taught a lesson by his teacher. However, it seemed that this beating did not hurt his tendons and bones at all. Instead, he benefited the most. This was the work of an expert. It was truly unfathomable. With this level of teaching, he should let Teacher Qin, Principal Yi, and Teacher Wen take a good look at it and learn from it. In the future, teach me not to think about beating people up. But with the teaching standards of an expert like Sire Shui, Teacher Qin and the rest probably couldn't learn from it. How could they be like them, who only knew how to use their fists to teach others a lesson? A certain person's wild thoughts only lasted for an instant. He was sorting them out bit by bit, summarizing them, and then adding in his own understanding. He held the hammer in his hand and unconsciously swung it. It was clear that he was deducing the feelings he had obtained bit by bit, but when he heard Sire Shui's voice, he was startled. Who is it? Who's here? Zhuoxiaoduo's mind was clear. He strictly forbade third parties from coveting his teachings. Not to mention Sire Shui, even he wouldn't allow it. In the next moment, he heard a hearty laugh. Brother Shui, you've worked hard. When he heard the laughter, Zhuoxiaoduo's body instantly trembled with joy written all over his face. With a whoosh, he put away the hammer and turned around. Without even looking, he ran over. Abi, Daddy, Daddy, Mommy, 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 Mommy. Roar, roar, woof, woof, woof. He charged into Wu Yuding's embrace at lightning speed and laughed, Mommy, Mommy, ha. He was wagging his tail like a puppy that had jumped into his owner's embrace. It's just that this puppy was already bigger than its owner, and it could even be considered a large dog. On the other side, Zhuochanglu raised his head to look at the sky and stretched his neck before he awkwardly retracted his hand. But he still didn't forget to rub the face of a certain large dog. On the other side, Lei Changtian raised his head with the corner of his mouth twitching. In the end, he didn't dare to step forward and stood with his hands behind his back, pretending to be dignified. Brother Shui, thank you. Zhuochanglu cupped his fists towards the flood which, thank you for teaching my son. This is your son? Yes, he is. Your son is pretty good. You're flattering me. Since you're here, then I'll take my leave. We'll meet again in the future. Brother Shui, you've done your best to teach my son. Why don't you come back with me and drink? There will be an opportunity in the future. Take care, Brother Shui. I still have some toys here. Give them to this child. Great Flood Shaman turned around and left. He suddenly waved his hand and threw a jade pot over. Zhuochanglu reached out and caught it. Thank you. On behalf of my son, I thank Brother Shui for your kindness. At this moment, Zhuoxiaoduo came out from Wu Yuding's arms and said with some reluctance, Senior Shui, are you leaving? The flood which was already dozens of feet away. She waved her hand without looking back and said, Cultivate well. Don't forget what I told you. Yes, I won't forget a word. Zhuoxiaoduo said, Where can I find you in the future? We'll meet again if fate wills it. The flood witch's voice was mixed with a trace of undisguised gratification. Seeing that the flood witch was about to leave, Lei Changtian couldn't help but shout, You? The great witch of the flood ignored him. His body had slowly turned into green smoke and disappeared without a trace. Lei Changtian chased after her but was stopped by Zhuochanglu. Why are you chasing Brother Shui? Shui? What the fuck? Lei Changtian stared and was about to tell the truth. However, he met Zhuochanglu's stern eyes and swallowed all the words in his stomach. But, you're right. I just wanted to chase after him and thank him. Thank him? I'm afraid you can't afford to thank him. Zhuochanglu played with the jade pot that he just got. It was at least 2 to 3 caddies. He tossed it in his hand and said, This guy is as generous as always. What's this? Lei Chang'an was a little curious. 9th Heaven Spirit Spring Water. Zhuochanglu said lightly. 9th Heaven Spirit Spring Water? So much. Lei Changtian was stunned. This drop of 9th Heaven Spirit Spring Water was enough to improve a genius. How could he give so many caddies? He suddenly remembered his daughter's boast. Flood doesn't dare to touch my son. Not only does he not dare to touch my son, but he also wants to protect my son. Not only does he want to protect my son, but he also wants to teach my son. Not only does he want to teach my son, but he also wants to give my son a gift. Lei Changtian was stunned. He almost fainted. I don't understand this world anymore. Chapter 1086. Lei Changtan stared at the 9 heavens spirit water in front of him, dumbfounded. Wasn't this tens of thousands of drops? Zhuo was right, he really couldn't afford to pay back such a huge sum. But was the flood witch's brain damaged? With so much 9 heavens spirit water, how many geniuses could it nurture for the astral souls? Just Zhuo Duo alone, how could he use so much? This was no longer a disguised form of support, but a blatant support. Moreover, the support was so huge that it was insane. This. Wu Yuding snorted, stepped forward and said, "What did I say? My son is smart, and everyone loves him. Others will definitely like him when they see him. Not only do they have to teach him martial arts, but they also have to give him a lot of gifts. Isn't it just a little bit of 9 heavens spirit spring water? Do you have to make such a fuss? Dad, do you think what I said is right?" Lei Zhangtian felt like he was in a dream. He scratched his head with a confused look on his face. He could not figure out what was going on. What was going on? What's going on? Look more, talk less, ask less. There's no need to force yourself to know things that you shouldn't know, Zhuo Changlu said with a hint of warning, earnestly teaching his father-in-law. Yes, boss is right. Lei Changtian nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. This is. The one who was more surprised was Zhuo Xiaoduo. This is. He pointed at Lei Changtian, the old man who almost caused him to be doomed. He turned his head and looked at Wu Yuding in disbelief. That? His mother seemed to have called him dad just now. If he didn't hear wrongly, then this guy was his grandfather? No, he must have heard wrongly just now. Otherwise, why would his father talk to him in such a tone? It was as if he was teaching Li Chenglong a lesson. No, Li Chenglong wouldn't be so submissive to him. Even if he was to be a follower, he would be a follower with no status and no ability. This is your grandfather. Wu Yuding reluctantly introduced him to her son. When he introduced himself, he felt a little embarrassed for some reason that when Zhuo Xiaoduo heard this, he was dumbfounded as if he was struck by lightning. My grandfather? Is he really my mother's father? My grandfather? Is this a joke? Lei Chang'an tried his best to put on a kind smile. Good boy, I am your grandfather, he. Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but shiver. He turned his head, he wanted to seek shelter in Wu Yuding's arms. Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't be blamed for being timid. This laughter was really scary. It was a ruthless character who could fight with the Wu people. Wu Yuding was speechless. What's that sound? Zhuo Changlu frowned. I said, be careful. Zhuo Xiaoduo was very clever. He realized that something was amiss, or rather, he could feel that something was amiss. It was very subtle. His father was simply suppressing his grandfather, his mother's biological father, and his father-in-law to death. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was always vengeful, rolled his eyes and said faintly, Mom, is this really my grandfather? You're not fooling me, are you? This old man said that my father harmed his daughter, and our two families are irreconcilable enemies. So he wanted to take revenge on me, and threw me here. He almost killed me. A villain takes revenge from morning till night. Now that he had the chance, how could he not take revenge? Did he harm his daughter? Wu Yuding's face suddenly darkened. Her gaze was like a sharp knife, cutting Lei Changtian back and forth. Lei Changtian was immediately scared. He explained carefully, Yudi. It doesn't seem wrong. Zhuo Xiaoduo complained incessantly. He also said that my father tortured his daughter to death. So, he wants to torture my father's son to take revenge. Zhuo Xiaoduo pointed at his own nose and said sadly, my father's son is me. Zhuo Changlu looked up at the sky, shaking his neck and rolling his eyelids. He looked as if he didn't care and didn't care. Your father. You deal with it. However, Wu Yuding was so angry that her eyes turned blue. Her face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and her breathing became heavier. You! Wu Yuding roared. Oh. Lei Changtian flew up into the sky like a wisp of smoke. He shrugged his shoulders and laughed out loud. Today. Today is a family reunion. It's time for us to go back. This old man will take his leave first. I will take my leave first. Cough, cough, cough. Lei Changtian turned into a black light and left hurriedly. He was as anxious as a stray dog and as busy as a fish that escaped the net. How was this going home? It was simply escaping. Yudi, my good grandson, I'll visit you when I have time. Another voice came from the sky. It seemed that the voice had already echoed hundreds of miles away, that the evil ancestor Lei Changtan had escaped without a trace. Don't run. Stop. Wu Yuding roared. Lei Changtian was not willing to stop. He ran even faster and completely disappeared in a few breaths. Wu Yuding stomped her feet. Her face was full of anger and emotions. But what else could she do? After all, he was her father, her biological father. Could she really chase after him and beat him up? Even if she caught up, she would just be angry. What she did now was out of sight and out of mind. Okay, let him go. Zhuochanglu rolled his eyes. He's finally gone. I'm not feeling good. Wu Yuding still wanted to say something, but her anger was washed away by the joy of reuniting with her son. She patted Zhuoxiaoduo's head and said, "Little dog, how have you been? Did you miss your mother?" "Of course, why wouldn't I? I missed you so much." "What's your cultivation level now?" "Aya, you've already returned to mystical? My son is so awesome. You've really made me proud." "Hee hee. I've already returned to mystical. I'm not far from flying." "Oh. So what if you're not far from flying? What do you want to do?" "I don't want anything." "You really don't want to do anything?" I want to get married." Where's Nian Mao?" "Your little sister Nian is in Shangjing." "Mom, if you want to change the way you address her in the future, you should say, your little wife is in Shangjing." "My son has grown up and wants to be an adult. But you'll have to change the way you address her." I'll say it. I'm full of confidence now. Nian Mao probably can't beat me." Hee hee. Mom, don't laugh. I'm really awesome now. I'm not just awesome. Oh, you're so awesome. How did you become bald?" "It's all because of Grandpa. That old thing." Wu Yuding's anger was aroused again. "That's enough." Zhuochanglu could see that his son really didn't have a good impression of his grandfather. He was seizing every opportunity to take advantage of him. What a coincidence. My son is the same as me. I don't have a good impression of that guy either. That's why I say that it's the nature of father and son. But he couldn't keep saying it. If it aroused his wife's rebellious nature, he was afraid that she would turn against him and his son. Then, the loss would outweigh the gain. So he decisively stopped him and said, "Your grandfather's original intention is for your own good. At most, he's a little impulsive." "Tiske. What's with your expression? You have to respect your elders. Do you know that?" Zhuochanglu was about to start lecturing him. But Wu Yuding had reunited with her son after a long separation. Now, she was afraid that he would fall out of her hands and melt in her mouth. How could she let her husband lecture her son? "It's not easy to reunite. Can you stop talking? Our son has made us proud. Don't you know in your heart how much pride he has given us?" Zhuochanglu decisively shut his mouth for the second time. "Mom, I seem to have heard that my grandfather's nickname is the Devil Ancestor?" Zhuoxiaoduo's eyes were full of little stars. Although he doesn't use his brain when dealing with people, his strength is really powerful. He can even fight with a grand wizard and not be at a disadvantage. Zhuochanglu and Wu Yuding looked at each other and couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. Zhuoxiaoduo's eyes were full of longing. "So our family is actually so prominent in our bones." For a moment, Zhuoxiaoduo suddenly felt that his grandfather wasn't so annoying anymore. With such a powerful grandfather, he was definitely at the top of the continent. Didn't that mean that he would have no problem walking sideways in the future? Which way did Grandpa go? Let's catch up with him quickly. I want to get close to him. Zhuoxiaoduo was in high spirits. "Tell me, what do you want to do?" No one knew a son better than his mother. Wu Yuding knew very well that there was definitely something wrong with her son's sudden change in attitude. "I just remembered that I haven't given grandfather a greeting gift." Zhuoxiaoduo felt that he had suffered a loss. I haven't given him any New Year's money for so many years. Now that we finally meet, I should at least give him a greeting gift. Why did he run away? Isn't that too stingy? Zhou Chenglu and Wu Yuding looked at each other speechlessly. Both of them felt that this kid's intention to give them a greeting gift was fake. His real intention was to become a super bodyguard from now on and even live a winning life. Let's go back first. Chase grandfather? Chase what? I don't have time for that. The family of three returned leisurely. In the end, they still felt that there were some things that they couldn't say. The two of them communicated telepathically along the way. It seems that we can't hide our identities for long. Then let's not hide it? Besides, our son is so cunning. Do you think that he won't be able to guess anything just because he doesn't say anything? That kid doesn't have much experience. Only a heavenly king knows about the affairs of the upper echelons of the continent. At most, he will have some suspicions. We can't let our guard down. That kid is very cunning. Let's take things as they come. Actually, even if he knows everything, so what? It's impossible for him to live a winning life. I'm still afraid that he'll grow tired. Even if he's at a relatively high position, it's inevitable that he'll fall behind if he doesn't advance. I'm not afraid either. Look at how much he wants to break through to the Skysoar realm. If he can be satisfied with that realm, that'll be the real problem. You have to know that the biggest restriction we have on him is the Skysoar realm. Look at him now, he's about to reach that realm. Who would have thought that this kid would advance so quickly? It's too fast. Now that he knows that his grandfather is the demon ancestor, he'll probably be able to find out who the demon ancestor's daughter and son-in-law are. What should we do? Let's take it one step at a time for now. We can't hide it forever, but it's fine to hide it temporarily. Qin Fangyang, how are you going to tell him about Teacher Qin? You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.